In progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's council meeting. Today, June 6th, is our afternoon session at 4 o'clock. Go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll ask Clementine to do roll call vote, and then she'll make announcements for public meeting participation rules.
Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Mayor Williamson.
It's here for me.
And for the attendance at our public meetings, if you're here in the chamber, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. Please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference. And there are two ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. And commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. We'll call in each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. And we look forward to receiving public comment.
Thanks as always, Clementine. And then we will start with our presentation of the Ohana Health Center, which we're really excited to hear about. So I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. There is no other fan as enthusiastic about the Ohana project than our community development director. And from the get-go, when the project started, she was a solid fan of this project. And so I asked her if she would do us the honor to introduce this project, and she joyfully accepted.
Thank you very much, Hans. I think sometimes in your career, you get to work on a transformative building as well as program. And that's really what the Ohana facility represents, I think, to the city of Monterey. Just in terms of background, this project is proposed by Montage Health, and it's a child and adolescent behavioral health center. And I think we all understand the crisis of mental health and behavioral issues in our country and in our state that need to be addressed. And this project moves that forward in our community like none other. It is a 55,000 square foot building. It's mass timber construction. So not only is it going to be breaking edge in terms of the program that it provides, but also in its construction methodology. And we have here today, in addition to the program proponent, we have Bill Camille, who is the construction manager. He's sitting right here. This is a groundbreaking project that combines the environment to architecture to the ultimate program. And we've probably conducted our building team over about 100 inspections. The project is well under construction at this point, getting closer to completion. So it's really an opportunity now to transform the conversation to the program and what services it will provide to our community. And it's my honor to introduce Dr. Swick. Dr. Swick was brought on by Montage Health during the actual architecture and design of the building to ensure that the building addressed mental health issues as well, sort of that relationship sometimes between light and air and space, as well as program. Dr. Swick served as the chief of child and adolescent psychiatry at Newton Wellesley Hospital for 5 years. She has also been an instructor in psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and the Massachusetts General Hospital. And with that, I will let Dr. Swick, the executive director, present the program for the Ohana facility.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that introduction. I told her my mother would be proud if she she mentioned where I was before. So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm really honored to have a few minutes. I understand 8 to 10 will be very precise of your time and your attention and the community's attention today to offer an update on Ohana, including the beautiful building that we're creating, but hopefully to offer a little more detail about the beautiful programming that's going to be happening inside the building. So I'm going to start by making everybody in this room a 2-minute expert on youth mental health. Anytime I have a microphone, I have to do that. And I want to become experts on youth mental health. You get to first understand that psychiatric illness in childhood is incredibly common. Between 20 and 25% of children will experience a psychiatric illness by the time they turn 18. And in fact, that's twice as common as asthma. Asthma affects about 11% of children. And we think of asthma as being a pretty common illness in childhood. My husband's a pediatrician and he's always surprised when I tell him those stats. It's also important to know that actually psychiatric illnesses are illnesses of childhood. So they usually present during childhood. So 50% of all lifetime psychiatric illnesses are present by the age of 15 in a population, and 75% by the age of 24. And 24 matters because 24 is when we actually know now that the brain is done with all of the busy critical remodeling of adolescence. So while 18 is the end of adolescence, in the law's eyes, in the eyes of neuroscience, it's really more around 24 to 26. So 3/4 of all psychiatric illnesses present during youth. Here's the good news. These illnesses are always treatable. We've learned so much in the last 30 years about how to effectively treat these illnesses. When you catch them early during childhood, they're usually curable. Usually 3/4 of the time with the right treatment, evidence-based treatment, we can effectively put an illness into remission and be done with treatment. Children don't have to stay with a therapist or a doctor or on meds all of their lives. It's one and done. The other 25% of the time, we have extremely effective treatments to keep illnesses in remission so kids can live very healthy, wonderful lives on their best possible developmental trajectory. But everyone also knows that's where the good news ends because it's very difficult to access effective treatment, right? So probably only 1 in 5 children who have a psychiatric illness ever get to see a mental health provider. Now, those kids still get care, but they get care from their pediatricians, from teachers, from counselors at school, from faith leaders and coaches. And often they'll get better on their own, but it takes more time and it can affect development. So we happen to live in a community where the next piece of good news is that there is a wonderful benefactor who decided to offer a legacy gift to the community hospital to try and get out ahead of this program, to build a program that could provide improved access to effective and accurate evaluations and evidence-based treatments so that we can treat these illnesses. When I got here, though, we decided we wanted to imagine something even bigger. So we can go ahead one slide. So beyond just offering improved access to great evaluations with accurate diagnoses and effective evidence-based treatment, we also know that psychiatric problems in children are preventable. And we began to imagine what if we could invest in educating all of the caring adults around young people in our community, parents, teachers, coaches, faith leaders, pediatricians, and beyond, with the knowledge, skills, and support they need, not only to catch problems early and refer to treatment, but also to build what we call mental fitness. You could say mental health, you're usually waiting for the other shoe to drop and say mental health issues, mental health problems. So we like to think about the idea of mental fitness, the same as we know you're not actually physically fit just if you're not sick, right? You have to build physical fitness. You have to get good rest, good nutrition, regular activity, take good care of the machine. Well, we actually know a lot about how to do that with our mental fitness too. And the critical years for doing that are childhood. So we thought, what if we could do both? What if we could use the gift that Bertie Elliott gave to Community Hospital, not just to create a center where it'd be easy to access treatment, but also where the whole community could find a resource to learn about and develop skills in building mental fitness in their children or in the children that they're working with. So imagined all of that and decided if we do this really well, we'll be able to create a true blue zone here, reducing the incidence of mental illness. The first part of that was actually to design what's the treatment resource going to be. We still need to treat the problems that exist now. And we are building a physical building to contain most of the treatment resource. It's essentially going to include an outpatient clinic and then higher levels of care for children who have more severe symptoms and really need a little more intensive care to get out ahead of them. So what's called intensive outpatient is really like after school treatment programming for kids. So from 3 to 6, instead of going to soccer, they come to care for 2 to 4 to 6 weeks and they get out ahead of their symptoms. Similarly, the partial hospital program is one step up from that, where kids who are too sick to make it through a whole day of school, but not sick enough to be in a hospital. They come for a day program that includes an hour of school, but the rest of the day is really spent on individual therapy, group therapy, skill building, so that they can get out ahead of their symptoms. And then finally, we're building a program that's going to include residential treatment. So for those kids, we're being surrounded by a clinical team 24/7. Again, this will be probably 2, 4, 6 week long stays because this is voluntary residential treatment. This isn't long-term or short-term residential care for children that have not flourished in a hospital setting. This is going to be a really innovative program. Each of these levels, residential, partial, and intensive outpatient, as well as the clinic, will also really include families. So we don't leave families in the waiting room. We bring parents in to be part of the evaluation. And even in these more intensive day programs or residential programs, we'll have full days where families participate in care. Then we're also going to have a crisis stabilization unit. So at the hospital, at the physical community hospital next to the emergency department, we'll have a 5-bed unit where children who are in an acute crisis, where they're not safe or their parents are worried they're not safe, have a safe, locked, secure, soothing, slightly boring therapeutic setting in which to cool off. Slightly boring so that it doesn't start to feel better than going to school. You want them to start to itch and want to go back to school or back to treatment. But where we can have services that are much more appropriately dedicated to helping that child cool off and actually mostly focusing on the family, because a crisis is a terrible opportunity to waste. It's often a really ripe moment to engage with families and help to expand their skills, whether it's around managing themselves or communicating in the midst of crisis to help prevent the next crisis from escalating up to that point. And then you move a child back into outpatient treatment, which is where cure happens. And then finally, the bottom of that chart said prevention programs, but we really are protecting a wedge of our resource to build a prevention team. A little bit of that programming can happen at our physical center. Most of that is going to happen in partnership with other trusted community resources, whether it's schools, pediatric offices, community centers, after-school programs, where we can offer education, workshops, guidance direct to youth or to teachers and parents. So let me show you where we're at in terms of what we're providing. Next slide. The physical building that will house a lot of this is out in Ryan Ranch. As Kim was saying, it's 56,000, give or take, square foot building that was really designed to be safe, to be a secure setting in which to care for young people, to be reassuring for patients and for families, and also to create a sense of possibility and to be genuinely engaging, not for it to feel dispiriting, clinical, or austere, but instead to feel like a great children's museum or really awesome library where kids and families feel like they're actually going to learn something and do something, where they get engaged. Okay. That's the mock-up, that picture that I was just showing you. This picture is an actual aerial photograph from just a few weeks ago. We're on track to have completed the building by the middle of this summer, probably mid to late July. Of course, it includes all the different sort of zones. So there'll be an outpatient clinic where we'll do evaluations and individual group and medication visits for children, teenagers, and for families. And then the level below it is our groups level. So that's where we'll be doing our PHP, our day programs, our IOP, our after school programs, and where it's all indoor outdoor groups. So kids are really engaged in learning. Most of psychotherapy, most of the treatment, a little bit is medication. Most of treatment that we use in psychiatric illness is essentially learning new skills. They're cognitive skills, emotional regulation skills, and a few behavioral skills. I can talk about it for hours. I promise I won't. But having people ripe to learn, having kids ripe to learn, it's really fantastic that we're going to have a chance to engage them in space where they have a little more agency, indoor, out. They're not just sitting in chairs in a circle. There'll be a little bit of that, but there's also going to be music, art, there's going to be a garden, there's an outdoor amphitheater, there's a gym. So they get to procedurally learn things while they're also reflecting. You know, we get to learn, all of us get to learn how to fail and how to pick up and dust ourselves off and start again. That's essentially the critical lesson kids in psychiatric treatment are learning, just with a little more coaching, a little more support, and to be able to do it in different settings where it's really engaging, but still safe. So all the outdoor spaces feel like an open courtyard, but they're contained by the circumference of this sort of labyrinthine building. We also wanted it to be a healthy space for the staff. So we figured if we can feel like staff is engaged and supported and being in this space, it'll be a good space for kids, teenagers, and families. Okay, next slide. These are just a few more pictures to show you updates. The top photo is the computer-generated image that the architecture firm developed. That's for the main entrance. And down below, you can see we're making pretty good progress. And it happens fast now. As you get to the point where you're finishing things and you're paving and you're planting, things tend to happen very quickly. Next slide, thank you. So the top again is the computer-generated image of the main lobby. The idea is when families step into that space, they have a beautiful view of the mountains across Highway 68, a real sense of possibility and still being sort of cloistered in, being safe. And you can see where we're at down below, making pretty good progress. It even looks different than that. That was 2 weeks ago and I was there yesterday. We're just every day it's making substantial progress. And then finally, this is in the residential program. The top was the computer-generated model, and down below we have an image. It's hard to give a sense of how sort of special this residential space is. I've worked in a lot of different treatment settings for young people. Usually, at best, they feel safe and very cold. And to have space that feels this was built to standards where it could be a locked inpatient unit. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a voluntary unit, but it's very safe. There's no ligature risks. It's built to the standards of hospital level care, but it feels like a beautiful dorm, so that ideally kids feel trusted, respected, and like there's a great sense of possibility, that they're hopeful, that they're going to be getting better. So this isn't all in the future. We're doing a lot of this now. We currently have a team of a little over 70. I got here towards the end of 2018. We made our first hire in the spring of 2019. We saw about, I think it was almost 2,000 visits just in 2019. And last year, we saw nearly 20,000 visits. We're in temporary digs right now. We're using the medical office building sort of up and around the corner out at Ryan Ranch. And we're on track so far in 2023 to do a little more than 20,000 visits. We're growing pretty fast, but we're pretty much at the limits of our space. So how many visits we can do really hinges on who's in an office. We're doing quite a few video visits these days in our little space. We have a wonderful multidisciplinary team. We have probably 7 child psychiatrists, 4 nurse practitioners, 4 psychologists, almost 30 master's level therapists. We have 2 occupational therapists. We have nurses. We just hired our first music therapist and art therapist. So the team is growing pretty rapidly right now. We also have a youth advisory program. So these are, we have a little over a dozen kids from all around Monterey County, some of whom were graduates of treatment with us, and others we got volunteered through their high school principals as being really interested in youth mental health. They're meeting every other week for the first 6 months of the year, and now are meeting monthly to advise us on details as small as art in the building, pamphlets we're developing on building fitness, as well as programming, what they think parents need to know. There are teachers, and the advisory has been a really fun part of what we're doing. And most importantly, next slide, we're also begun our prevention programs. This is one family that graduated from treatment with us and got to do a lot of actual illness treatment and prevention work. Next slide. Some of our first prevention programs were here in MPUSD middle schools. That clinician you see there with her mask on was in all of the MPUSD middle schools, cycling for different months of the year, running an 8-week mental fitness group for 7th graders. We also ran a summer program for kids in MPUSD that had to do summer school. So morning was class, in the afternoon, they were building mental fitness, but in ways that were procedural and fun by learning how to fail. So they had surfing, they had art, they had music, they went to the Equine Healing Collaborative. There were all kinds of really cool programs. And we're expanding this year to have perinatal mental health as part of our prevention focus and move into more school systems. This is wonderful Birdie Elliott, who, if any of you have met her, her spirit is really so down to earth and so generous. She really wanted to create a program that would ensure that families felt more connected to their community in the face of an illness in their child. So we're really trying to manifest that wish on her part. So I'll try, hopefully that was 8 minutes. I don't see a buzzer going. I didn't get a hook. I always talk too much. My kids are like, Mom, Mom, Mom. But hopefully I've left enough time for any questions that any of you may have. And again, I really appreciate the time and attention.
Well, I appreciate the presentation, and it definitely was, there were some learning lessons in there for me, particularly the point that you made about, you know, how many kids deal with mental health issues in comparison to things like asthma. I think that's a really good statistic and fun fact to share with folks. Not necessarily the fun part, but
it is fun. I'll tell you why, because the number has actually gone up in the last 12 years. This is not fun, but it's increased by almost 50%, the rate of anxiety and depressive disorders in 12 to 24-year-olds. What's fun about that, the silver lining of that, is what goes up can come down. And it's one of the reasons we're so focused on ensuring that we're doing prevention programming as well as treatment, because I think with a committed community like this community and just a few seeds of prevention programming, we could bring that rate down in our community. The peninsula could be a place that sort of bucks the tide that's been happening nationwide of rising rates of mental illness in young people. We could get it down closer to 5%, so it'd be half the rate of asthma. And then just those kids that need us can come for care.
I love that. I love it. And I'm glad that the city of Monterey is graciously partnered with you all to create this really important staple within our community, and to see that you guys have the program up and running. I think it's particularly important as we're coming out of the pandemic here, and I think that probably gets to some of those rising numbers that we're seeing. And I think it's even more important that we're having this discussion during Pride Month, when we see a disproportionate amount of mental health related issues with the LGBTQ+ community. So I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Wow. We appreciate being in the kind of community that supports our being ambitious beyond just providing treatment, but actually improving health. We feel very fortunate.
I do have one question that popped up earlier. I'm assuming, but is there a partnership with First Five Monterey?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. So we are eager to be one of the things we said when I first got here and trying to get to know everybody was, this community has a wonderful patchwork quilt of services, but there's some holes. And we didn't want to duplicate any patches that already existed, and we wanted to be good collaborators. So I'm a big fan of Francine Rod. We're aiming to just really expand the safety net that exists for new parents, prenatally, perinatally, and then for the first 5 years. The most potent prevention program we could possibly do would be diminishing the rate of postpartum depression in both parents in the first 2 months. If I could only do one thing, that's what I would do. So I'm a huge fan of First Five, and our goal is to complement what they do and ensure that families that need more support have it.
Oh, I appreciate you being here. Just passing it to my colleagues, and
Yeah.
if they don't say anything, it's not for a lack of, I just know that they acknowledge that we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but I just want to provide that space for anybody that might have a question on the council.
No questions, but excited about it.
Great. Well,
Looking
we're
forward to it.
excited to be here. We'll be happy to bring you more updates. too.
Awesome. Yes, we would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Alrighty.
Oh, and just, I did bring some leave behinds in case anybody would
Perfect.
like them, including one of our prevention pamphlets. We built a how to sleep pamphlet with the help of our youth advisory. So
Is there enough is it for the public as well, or
Yeah,
just for the council?
I brought at least enough for the council, and then I'll leave whatever's left for the
Okay,
public.
perfect. So if anybody in the audience here today wants to take some,
And
we
if you
could
want
give
more,
it away and we could maybe get some from you later.
you got it. You got it. And you can go to the website, call us if you need more pamphlets. If you're in a place where you're like, oh, those would be so helpful to have, let us know.
Because
We'd
it
be
truly
glad.
takes a village.
It
So
takes a village, and prevention requires teaching people about brushing and flossing. So you got to meet them where they're at and make
Love
them
it.
realize it's very easy.
awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anybody in the public wish to comment on the presentation today? In the chamber? Okay, no pressure. Okay. Anybody online?
There are no hands raised.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Thank you again. And with that, we will move to public comments. And this is for items not on today's agenda. So if you wish to make a comment for things that are not on today's agenda, feel free to step up to the mic. We'll start in the chamber and you have 3 minutes to speak. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Robin Dometer. I know some of you that are here. This is the first time I've come to a city council meeting. I've lived in Monterey for over 25 years, so I guess it's time. I live in Skyline Forest, and as all of you know, we've had a very, very rough winter this year. And we were really besieged by power outages up in the area of Skyline due to trees and everything. In fact, from December 31st, New Year's Eve, until around the middle of February, we were out without power for over 220 hours. And my husband is elderly. He's almost 90. It has a lot of physical problems. And our house is totally electric. So we had no power at all. So we went to the city here to find out about putting in an emergency generator. And we got that ball rolling and ended up by choosing a contractor to have it done as soon as possible. So we submitted the permit to get a permit for it. And the permit was denied because of the rules and regulations that are on the books right now. We submitted it again. We have gotten a permit. Of course, this just came in June, and this was all started really in January. And what really the holdup has been is that the generator rules and regs that you have on the books today through the planning department or building department or whatever it is, are really set up for generators that could run 24/7. We're not running a generator 24/7. We want to run a generator in an emergency situation. So I've talked to several of the people in the city offices here, and apparently that it's going to be on the agenda at the city council to review and set up the rules and regulations for that that are not 24/7 generators, but only for emergencies. My question is, when is that going to happen? And if it hasn't been decided yet, how can I be contacted in order to come and hear that hearing? We're now in summertime. This is a good time to address the problems up there. I don't think PG&E is going to probably do any better next year if we have the same situation that we had this year, which was horrible. And so that is really my question, is to have the city look into this and let us know. Is that my time?
It is your time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming and speaking today for your first council meeting. And if you give your contact information to staff, we'll make sure that you keep abreast of any items that come in front of the council in regards to the topic that you raised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nat. Afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I want to begin by thanking all of you. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. I'd like to begin by just not requesting that you pull it from the agenda. You did that last time, but I want to applaud the diligence of continuing the ADU ordinance discussion at the previous meeting last month. That demonstrated to me a willingness to listen to each other as colleagues and to take into consideration different perspectives, and I find that really laudable. And I'd really appreciate seeing more of that. And by all means, please move forward with your ADU ordinance. I'd also like to really appreciate all of the city staff for their great performance at last week's town hall meeting. I really appreciate their professionalism. It was a tough room for them, I'm sure. And I can't help but notice that on the agenda tonight, there's review of updates to the general plan and the housing element. And I noticed on page 462, a very lengthy list of meetings and hearings and stakeholder outreach that's involved in that process. And I recognize that it's not realistic to do that process for every single ordinance that comes your way. But I would ask that you host more than just the one town hall on the subject of rental regulations. I spoke with dozens of people who attended last week, and they did feel like the process is a bit truncated, and they were concerned that they might not really get a voice in this. So I would appreciate if you would consider having some more meetings or hearings to get further input on that subject, because I know there's a great need, and a lot of people expressing that to me, but really who needs to hear it is all of you. And so I know that you'll continue to do your due diligence and hear your constituents. And I look forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Janine.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Janine Chickrad. I'm Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Spa. And I actually came here tonight to thank Hans for back in the day, along with some of you on council and former council members for setting up a capital reserve for the conference center. Ironically, you just heard a woman talking about a generator for her home. We have no generator at the conference center. I have no generator at the hotel. And we learned the hard way this winter in terms of what it means to go without power for multiple days. I would, love to think that I'm here advocating to put generators in for our hotel guests and for groups, which, thank God Tanya was a great partner when we had a 400-room group and we're trying to figure out how to still have their meetings and feed. But I'm looking at this bigger picture in terms of a natural disaster. Our hotel kitchen is built to feed thousands of people. The conference center, between the space and the ballroom we lease from you in our hotel, can accommodate thousands of people. So as you're evaluating, future plans and capital reserves, I hope you take a hard look at the generator. I've already convinced my owners. I said I can't handle. We have what's called a cogen machine, and what happened was it completely went down. So typically, it would take care of our emergency lighting, our switchboard, and our hot water. And this winter, we had absolutely zero. But to create a space for our community to come together in the middle of a natural disaster, to be able to charge our cell phones, to be able to keep AT&T cell towers live is critical and something I hope you'll consider down the road. So thank you. Thank you, Hans.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Hi,
and
PK.
council members. City Manager. PK Diffenbaugh, Superintendent, Monterey Peninsula Unified. As many of you know, we had promotion and graduation ceremonies this last week at the fairgrounds. And I just wanted to come and thank the City Council for the police being there and serving our community so well. They were blended in very well, communicated extremely proactively with us. Fortunately, we had no issues, but having them there was certainly a reassurance to our community. And so we just want to thank you Commander for being there as well. It's great to have a partnership with the city and always have open lines of communication. But I just wanted to again thank the police department for their service to our students and their families. So thank you.
Thanks, PK.
Hi, Bruce Anetta. This is going to kind of piggyback on the last couple of things that happened there, and that's all about resiliency and climate change. I just got back from a bike ride a little bit ago, and it was nasty out there, and that was not supposed to happen. That was a climate change thing. I'm convinced it was really a freak storm. But that's just to illustrate what we're going to be facing, and we can't just keep pushing this aside and making other things priorities. Climate change is going to be an issue. Resiliency is going to be a really big issue, if we're not already aware of that. Resiliency as in getting through these outages, because they're going to hurt businesses and they're going to hurt homeowners, and they're going to hurt homeowners with health issues. I can go down the line. That's a big deal. So where am I going with this? We have a kind of a subcommittee. We have a committee, two neighborhood committee that we've been doing now for 5 years. And along the way, it's an undergrounding committee. And along the way, we realized the quickest way to getting resiliency taken care of is by, we call them DSERs or distributed, DERs are distributed energy resources, but even the better way is DSERs, which are demand side energy resources. You might also know them as behind the meter. You might also know them as home systems and building systems. All of these people, they're getting generators, but if they want to put something in even better and future ready and decarbonize and all the things we're after, all those goals, then that's going to be the battery systems. Maybe with solar. I mean, the state of California took the solar away from us, but there's other things that are pushing it, including private industry. But either way, battery backup systems are going to be the future. I'm just reading about a really good battery coming down the line. There are going to be better technologies coming down the line. So
You have another minute. You don't have to stop.
Okay.
I just don't want you to feel like you have to leave.
So I'm going to speak to one of the topics on here as well. That's why I'm here. But we will be connecting up with you. I've already reached out to the sustainability department. Sustainability office, and we'll be connecting up with you more, hopefully, on this subject. We put a lot of work in. We have some really good ideas on how to get there and how to get there cheap without using city resources. City could start a program, unlike undergrounding, which is we all know is really costly and requires a lot of resources. This won't require as much. It's already being done in other cities. There's examples already popping up. So we'll talk more about that in the future, hopefully. Thank you.
There you go. Thanks, Bruce. Good to see you.
Yeah, same here.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items that are not on today's agenda? All right, let's go online, please.
We do have a telephone caller. I believe this is Ms. Moffett. So you could dial *6 to unmute. There you go.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members and Hans. I was trying to make a comment on the Ryan Ranch issue, and I pressed 9, but I guess you didn't get it. And I'm wondering if I can make that now. I don't want to use my public time because I have something for that as well.
Are you looking to pull an item?
No, I wanted to comment on the Ryan Ranch facility, and I did press
Yeah,
9.
why don't you go ahead and share your public comments now?
Well, I don't want it to, I have a public comment as well, so I don't want to use that for this. Is it possible for me to utilize both?
Why don't you go ahead? You have 3 minutes, and so that's all we can provide right now since we're in general public comment. So why don't you go ahead and try to just get them all in at the same time here?
That's going to be difficult, but bear with me. First of all, for the Ryan Ranch, is that going to involve taking down that forest? Because a lot of children are getting diseased mentally and physically because of what we're doing to nature, and they have nowhere to go. So they're going to their computers. Secondly, I wanted to continue my public comments on the Iris Canyon from last time. And I wish to emphasize and correct Mayor Williamson on his statement that there will be little herbicide spraying of Iris Canyon. These sediment removal companies always overkill on their projects to get more money from cities. And this upheaval of a most delicate ecosystem is just another victim of that. If this company knew how to remove sediment properly, they would leave the trees, especially the willow trees, knowing what is an important role they play in retaining sediment within their root systems. Once their root systems are removed, all earth once held intact by their roots is loosened in the next storm waters and will go to Turtle Pond and Lake El Estero. And all the herbicides will go as well, sickening all life it touches. These companies all work together with big agrochemical giants to get their piece of the pie. I urge you, Mayor, to forbid any herbicide use. It is the only way to protect that delicate ecosystem from great harm. These herbicides will kill the bees, the insects, the delicate frogs and salamanders. I'm sick of heart that you could mislead your citizens into thinking a little herbicide spraying will be okay. You promised your voters that you would protect our natural resources from harm, and instead you misled them and actually invited herbicide spraying back into our community with your vote. These herbicides are now nano-sized, meaning they pass the blood-brain barrier of all living things, including ourselves. And yes, it will affect us as well because we will be drinking Lake El Estero at some future date. The citizens in Monterey worked hard to stop herbicide spraying, and this council has brought it back, giving an example to everyone that it's okay to do so. I spoke with Tom Hardy, the city engineer, on this project, and you can stop the herbicides if you wanted to. You have the ability to work with the council to do so, so please do so. You can also prevent much of the willow tree removal to keep sediment in check if you wanted to, and I hope that you do. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Lorna. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised at this time.
Okay. Thanks, Clementine. All right, with that, we'll go to consent, and we had a request to pull items 5 and 6. Any other items on the council wish to be pulled?
Just a comment with 4.
Okay, so there's a comment on number 4. You want to go ahead and make that now?
Sure. We already had a speaker that made comment. I believe it was representing Monterey County Realtors Association. I just wanted to say thank you for staff and the council for being diligent to listen to some suggestions to revise the accessory dwelling units. I think we finally have something that's a little bit better product, and tonight's the second reading. I just wanted to say thank you very much to the council for, being that collaborative effort in setting policy and how important it is to be able to have something that suggested might be different, and we can actually listen and get there. So I just wanted to say thank you to the council for listening to those that were speaking on the topic and tasking staff to make some minor adjustments. So thank you to the council, and thank you to the staff for the hard work that it's taken to get this very important ordinance that we hope we won't have to revise too often in the future, but we know ordinances have to be revised from time to time. But I think we have a good ordinance moving forward that really advertises to the property owners who are out there who have the right property, who they can make an additional ADU. So thanks for all who worked hard on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Let's go out to the public to see if there are any items that anybody wishes to pull. Anybody in the chamber? I'll come back to you.
I don't want to pull
Yeah,
anything.
you want to make a comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to
well,
say something.
Okay. Anybody in the chamber? Let's take it online.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Hans, I believe you have a comment on number 9.
Yes, thank you so much. That is very anticipatory.
I'm just good.
I just wanted to clarify, there was a question over the weekend about what we are replacing there. So it's not the large scale park area where people sit or the divers put their bottles and then their gear, etc. It's a smaller strip between the 2 parking lots, and where we have some sort of rudimentary grass left over, and that will be replaced through the grant with AstroTurf. So that's just wanted to clarify that, and I promised the person who was inquiring that we put this on the record as well, so they know it shouldn't happen.
Thank you, Hans. All right, bring it back to the council for discussion and deliberation. Or a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept all the represented agenda items in the consent agenda.
-5 and 6. Is
-5 and 6. Yes, thank you.
there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please. Sorry, that's thinking in my head.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes. All right, so we'll go to item number 5, Laguna Grande Regional Park Trail and Maintenance Strategy. Pass it to Hans for staff.
Yes, sir. Our planner, Chris Schmidt, has a presentation prepared for that. You can also do reserved policies if you like.
No, thank you.
It's fine. I feel like completely okay with that.
Let's see if they see the difference.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for that introduction. My name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a senior associate planner for the city. And I have worked on this Laguna Grande Regional Park Trail and Vegetation Maintenance Strategy Program with our community and with our staff and our consultant here. So what we're asking today is for the council to adopt resolutions adopting the CEQA determination, and an initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared for this project, as well as the program. We're requesting that the council adopts the program as well. So just I wanted to get into the background of kind of how we started and where we are today. And so so just really briefly, so in 2019, at the end of the year, the JPA, and those who are not familiar, the city of Monterey is part of a joint powers agency for the Laguna Grande Park with the city of Seaside and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Parks District. So the cities support the JPA with their staff, and then members of the council and Parks District Board serve on that JPA board. So the JPA approved a release of an RFP, a request for proposal for some sort of update to the park planning for the Laguna Grande Park. And then in April of 2021, the JPA awarded that contract for that work to BFS Landscape Architects, a local architecture firm that actually are just located down the street from City Hall here. In July, BFS hosted a virtual town hall in July of 2021, a virtual town hall on Zoom and engaged with community members in that format. And then they also hosted the community at the park with a public site walk. It was a very nice event where we walked the whole park and discussed all of the issues and goals of the program with the members of the community and various public officials from all the different JPA member agencies. And then in December of that year, the JPA reviewed our draft plan that BFS had prepared. We received public comment and the public provided input and kind of reprioritized our goals in the document. And then in March of 2022, the JPA reviewed that revised plan and then directed the staff to initiate the environmental review. And that environmental review took about a year to get through, and then it was brought back to the JPA in March of this year. So as a member agency, the city can adopt this plan and seek a determination as a responsible agency supporting the project. So a little bit more background. So the objective of this, when the RFP was released and kind of subsequent meetings with the consultants developed as setting the priorities and means for maintaining the trails and vegetation to create a more safe, accessible, and long-lasting park for the community and the region. And this would be done in a number of ways, and these were kind of the ways that the community envisioned the future development of the park is to do seasonal trail development, so establish some new trail networks within some of the overgrown areas of the park, maintain existing trails, vegetation clearing. There's quite a bit of invasive species that would need to be cleared to do that work, as well as just in general maintenance. As I mentioned, trail maintenance and improvements, accessibility improvements, restoration planning, and then there would be new and replacement lighting. So this is a kind of an overview. This is an image showing the whole park area. And generally you can see kind of all the different areas where there are proposed project improvements or maintenance or new trail networks. I will note this park is mostly in the city of Seaside, with just the south portion within the city limits of Monterey. But I think both the city of Seaside and Monterey residents really enjoy this park, so it's kind of a win-win to make these improvements for all members of the agency. So environmental review is required under state law, the California Environmental Quality Act. And in this case, the JPA was able to prepare an initial study and mitigated negative declaration. Impacts that are discussed in the document were reduced to less than significant by incorporating mitigation measures for biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and tribal cultural resources. And I can answer questions about specifics, though I'm not a qualified biologist. And so staff's recommendation is to adopt resolutions adopting the CEQA document as well as the project plan. The next steps for this project will involve receiving or going through the process of getting agency permits from various state agencies, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the California Coastal Commission, as well as I think Army Corps as well. So if you have any questions, I'm available. Our consultant, Beth Matz, is here as well, and she's done a really great job, and she does have great information about the project as well. Thanks.
Any questions from?
So thank you for that presentation. I just had a question under the project description. It was talking about some of the goals of the project, and under it, it talks about addressing the encampment. And so I was wondering, what does that entail? What would that look like?
That's a really great question. So I'll go back to one of the images that we see here. And so on the right image you see here, it's kind of hard to see, but in the orange area, there's this planned kind of network of trails here. And this is actually one of the biggest reasons the public wanted to implement this program is because there have been concerns for unhoused people living in this area. And the goal was that potentially if we can develop a trail network here and reduce a lot of the invasive species and kind of open it up, it'll be more visible. People will be able to access the site for recreation purpose, and it would maybe be more likely that people would live and try to live back there once the visibility and access is opened up more. So this was kind of the way that would be done.
So just as a follow-up for that, so where were just the people who are in the encampment and the homelessness, where would that population be moved to? Or is that addressed?
That is not addressed with this project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Cool, thank you. Thanks, Chris, for the update. I actually had requested to pull this item to provide a an update and an idea for next steps for folks who are following this specific item. But a question for you, and so I'm curious in terms of the next steps, do you have a sense of timeline in terms of all the permitting that you mentioned and all that?
Yeah,
Even a general, it's fine.
I think that we thought that would take about a year. And that's, I think, to be able to permit the entire project and then hopefully we can implement it in phases over time.
That works. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, let's, yep.
Yeah, just a quick question, Chris. I know that we have a parallel project that has just been approved, which is on the North Fremont extension that goes into Seaside, which is a bridge, pedestrian bridge and transportation. So if this project were to go forward within a year, we aren't interfering. And so we certainly are aware that we have a potential other site. How do we integrate the two potential projects where we have the economy of scale or the potential not violating the mitigation on the one half of the actual site and managed by the JPA, as well as when we contract out for the project on North Fremont with a bridge that goes right over it?
It's a really good question. I'm not sure I have the answer for you. I think the methodology for construction of the trail network in this situation is very different from the basically prefabricated sidewalk gap project, which would be kind of a bike path that would be located directly adjacent to the park here. Something we can talk with our engineering division about the implementation of both projects.
Yeah, and I guess it's always wise to share something like this to make sure that all the others have this at their desk, and certainly we would share it with Tamsey and Delray Oaks and Seaside, and so everybody's going to be aware of what is in this. So thank you. I just wanted to call that to the attention. So there's a lot going on for Laguna Grande, and an exciting opportunity to really pay more attention to the cleanliness and the environment and the appropriate growth, and all the mitigation efforts that are outlined in this make sense to me. Mayor, that's all I had.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, I wanted to thank Councilwoman Barber for her question, and that's always a reality with these kinds of things is, in many cases, we don't have adequate housing for the folks who will be displaced. But I think it's just, again, a reminder of why we need to continue to be focused on programs like that we support, like the Schumann Hart House, which will be coming online, I think at the end of July. And I'm also happy to see, I think our budget we'll be seeing later has, I can't remember the title, Hans, kind of like a homeless coordinator or community services.
Homeless navigator.
Homeless navigator. So, and we as a council need to continue to be committed to affordable housing. So, but that's a really good point. And of course, we do want to, it's not appropriate for people to be living there in the forest. It's not safe, but we need more appropriate places for folks. So.
And I'll just bring up that I think that the trails are a good thing, but I think if there are still homeless folks in the area, I think it might cause concern for people to use the trail. So it's like a chicken or egg thing that I wonder might be helpful to have a deeper conversation in regards to what do we do beyond just building trails, which will require us to, I'm assuming, tear trees down, which I'm sure there's going to be a concern in the community about that. So, I think we just need to make sure that we're looking at this from a bigger perspective. And so I'm not sure how that conversation can be carried over into the JPA, and maybe some recommendations can be presented to the participating jurisdictions. Okay, with that, I'll take it out to the public for public comment on this item. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, let's take it online, please.
Yes, we have one, Tanya Roos. Go ahead, please, Tanya.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, members of the public. My name is Tanya Rose. I'm the community program manager with the Blue Zones Project. And I just wanted to offer my support of you all adopting this resolution. I've been following the work of the JPA closely on this issue. The Laguna Grande Park is a tremendous resource for the region, really. It's kind of an island of green space, open space in an urban environment, providing not only a refuge for wildlife, but also providing open space and trails that support physical activity and recreation. There's also numerous places in the park there for community gatherings. And as most of you likely are aware, the Four-Tag Trail is slated to go through the park as well. So it's a key kind of nexus for health and well-being for humans and non-humans in the region, and just appreciating the City of Monterey's staff time, as well as the City of Seaside and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District in continuing to allocate resources and time to improving this amenity for our community, which I think in turn will support greater use as well. So thank you so much, and appreciate your consideration.
Thanks, Tanya.
All right, and next we have Lorna Moffett. Lorna, you'll need to dial *6. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like the council on these projects to start asking questions like, how much herbicides are you going to use? There are definitely herbicides. How many trees do you plan to take down? I don't hear these questions from you, and I just hear rubber stamping these programs and not looking deeply into what is harming our community. Trees are our most important asset we have to fight climate change. There are air conditioners. They absorb CO2. They create oxygen. They create sanity for all of us. Where do we go? We go to nature. And I don't hear that from this council. I just hear, shallow questions. And I keep telling you, you've got to start asking important questions. So this, to me, is a huge, I looked into it. It's a huge mammoth. They're going to be removing brush, and they're going to have their bulldozers in there, this most sensitive, and the red-legged frog, and a threatened threatened species. And all the disruption, it doesn't have to be that way. And you talk about how you don't have any money, Monterey, and you got to tax citizens more and more, but you can minimize these projects. And I'd like to know what the cost of this project is. So that's my question right now. And how many trees do you plan to take out? And yes, the homeless, where are they going to go? Thank you.
And there are no further hands raised at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the council for discussion and deliberation.
I'm just wondering, is staff able to kind of respond to the questions that were raised by the public, or? There was two questions I think Lorna brought up about the number of trees that are expected to be removed and the cost.
Yeah, I think we could. I'll invite Beth Matz, our project manager from BFS, to support.
Hi, council members. My name is Beth Matz, and I'm an associate principal at BFS Landscape Architects. Chris, do you want to share some of the slides that were on presentation? Just to address some of the questions and concerns that Lorna brought up. One is that a part of the CEQA document, we submitted a very extensive invasive removals plan. And that invasive removals plan clearly laid out that there will be no herbicide treatments as part of the invasive species removal. And we've provided a network and of opportunities for preferred methods of removal. And a lot of that does have to do with hand removal, as well as cutting species back at the stalk and painting them. But at the time we prepared this plan, both the City of Monterey, City of Seaside, and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District were non-herbicide users. And then in terms of the initial plan for this, while there might be some tree removal, most of that tree removal will be focused on invasive species. But the more of the intent is to remove some of the invasive species brush that has built up over time. And so with the seasonal trails plan, which is where most of the trail development is being planned for, what we're looking at doing is clearing about an 8-foot wide pathway. And that's more about limbing up trees and sort of protecting the overhead canopy and really getting the ground cover away from the trails. And so one of the big concerns that we heard and voices we heard during this process was from the Audubon Agency. And so the Audubon agency or the Audubon group was very involved in reviewing a lot of these plans because this is such a large birding community. And so when we talked about sort of clearing these and grubbing these trails, it really was just for kind of creating an 8-foot wide pathway that was going to be sort of a naturalized material. And then kind of getting to the point of costs, one of the things we've included in our overall document was sort of a phase 1 implementation plan. And this really just focused on some key areas of removing invasives. And we also was a key area of looking at where we could a very refined social trail development. We weren't going to go in and clear all these trails at one time. We actually wanted to kind of look at a pilot project on how we could clear these trails out and see if that was something that was going to be successful. And so with our phase 1, what we had was about a budget of $157,000 for that phase 1 development. And that's part of the plans that Chris is showing you today. So targeted removal of invasives, targeted social trail development, and just kind of to see if that was going to be helpful in alleviating some of the concerns we have from the community.
And I think just on that point, there's going to be more public hearings in regards to what this looks like moving forward. So this isn't a final determination. We're not rubber stamping something tonight to say, hey, it's a blessing. Let's start tearing trees down. So I'd encourage folks that are interested to attend the JPA meetings that will be discussing these items, so that we can make sure that we have the proper public input in order to make sure that we're making the right decisions before moving forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Dr. Barber?
So I have no problem with this. The question still remains that's not being addressed of, what happens to the homeless population there. I would encourage that to be brought up at the JPA, as Mayor Williams had talked about, but I just want to make sure that that's clear as we go forward with this. So I just want to make that comment.
Appreciate that. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. Now we'll go on to item number 6, 2023-2024 appropriation limit GAN initiative. I'll pass it to Hans for a staff presentation.
Thank you. Rafaela will explain the background of the GAN initiative. That's an annual item that comes in front of council. And I leave it to Rafaela to talk more about it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Sorry, real quick. Can I ask who pulled this? Okay. How long are we looking at the presentation? I was being mindful of our time here.
35 seconds.
35 seconds. All right. I shouldn't have even stopped you. I'm just trying to build you up.
Okay. So this, Mayor and Council, a giddy afternoon. This item, the GAN appropriation GAN limit, is an annual item. What we do is we bring it in and we have to do an annual adjustment for our expenditures. Is based on CPI. Every year, the State Department of Finance sends us information that's here and how we do our calculations. I believe the question was, what if we go, our annual limit this year is 156 million of expenditures that we can't go beyond. And the question, I believe, was, what if we do? Well, mainly this was kind of put into place in 1979 based on states revenues, and the local cities kind of got that. So we never kind of, it's very rare for a local city to actually get that high. So this year we have about 100 million. So we're about 50% of where we need to be. But to answer the question, there is, if you go 2 years in a row, going over that, like state, what happens is the legislature, the state has to go back and actually, after 2 years, and kind of pay back, or the state has, the legislature goes and respends that revenue, and then the money goes back to, there's a portion of it that would go back to taxpayers, and another portion that is kind of split between K-12 and community colleges. So there's another kind of formula based on what's restricted for cities that would actually count for that. So again, for cities, it is very rare that we ever hit that limit. So that's basically 32 seconds. You have any other questions?
Any questions? No. Okay. Any public comment on this item in the chamber? All right, let's take it online.
No, there are no hands raised.
All right, back to the council for deliberation or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve number 6 on the GAN initiative with the city resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote,
We
please.
need a roll call
Oh,
because you're all here. So if you want roll call, of course, but
You can save
also
time.
just call the question. What do you like?
thank you for, I'm going to get this eventually.
We tempted you, so.
I know. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It's been so long, it feels weird. All right, motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go to our public appearance items, number 13, reserve policies, and I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that is a good news agenda report. We've created over the past 3 years, I think, a good tradition of really trying to fix the holes that we have identified in our budget and especially in our long-term financing strategies. And so what we are presenting to you tonight is a set of policies that are addressing up to 9 different reserve funds for different purposes. And our finance director, Rafaela, will present.
Mike, Mike.
So our city's fiscal health response plan, which was launched in 2018, it emphasized the need for the city to implement strategies to balance the city's checkbook and also to solve the long-term funding needs. So one of the strategic work plans the staff committed to this fiscal year was to work in accordance with the value driver to serve as our fiscal stewards. And part of the city's financial resources, including restoring and establishing the city's reserve. So this is pretty much what we are doing this year. And just going to take you through a couple of highlights. So the highlights of our proposed reserve policy. So we'll start with the economic uncertainty. We're asking or looking at an increase. So the economic uncertainty was established in 1989, and it was established at 15% of the general fund operating budget. In 2017, came back to council and increased it to 16.6% of general fund operating budget. We are proposing to increase that now to 20%. A general fund operating budget is more in line with our surrounding cities and other cities that are 20% and above for reserves. And the current balance in the economic uncertainty fund right now is 17.3 million. And then this pension reserve policy is just a restatement of what was already done. We want to get and make sure that all of our reserve policies are in the same place. So I'm just restating this one. The reserve account was actually established March 2022 with the $1 million, and an additional $1 million was added in FY 22-23 budget. In September, we adopted the actual policy via Reso 22-140, and it's to fund annually between 1 million and 2.5 million. And then in March 2023, we approved an additional 2 million plus the establishment of the Section 115 trust with the initial deposit of 2 million. This slide here highlights new policies of fund reserves. So these here are funds that we've already funded or that we've already funded, but now we're actually trying to put back, actually put a policy in place. So for the conference center, our goal is to get to 10 million. We know the conference center in several years is going to need major work. So we're just really trying to start setting money aside. Our annual contribution that we are proposing is 750,000. Our current balance is 1.8 million. The Sports Center also has a $10 million goal with annual contributions of 500,000. The current balance is 1.8 million as well. Technology, we would like to maintain a $3 million goal. Our current balance in this fund is 2.5 million. City facilities, 10% of deferred maintenance list. Our current balance in this account is 300,000. And then our Tidelands, the sea level rises in the Tidelands fund. So this one is not general fund. The goal here is 25% of revenue with annual contributions of 250,000. When we get to the end, I'll have a little more details on how we plan on funding this one a little bit better. In this section here, we have highlights for new policies, and these are also new fund reserves. So we are asking to start a public safety facilities. We know we need a public safety building to start putting money aside for that. That's $10 million goal with annual contributions beginning at 250,000. Also for library facility renovation and maintenance, a $10 million goal, again, annual contributions to 250,000. Parking fund, we're looking at the parking garage facilities and maintenance. We want to maintain a minimum of 500,000. The goal is to 10% of the renovation and deferred maintenance costs. And with this one, we will actually initially start with a $1.5 million of the public parking funds carryover balance to kind of put in there to start this fund off. So just to give you a summary of basically what we just said. So for the general fund, we have the first two items, which is the economic uncertainty, which is just an amend the current policy from 20 to 20%. The second item was to restate, well, it's just a restatement of Resolution 22-140. So pension obligation, again, it's 1.1 million to 2.5 million per year. These are all new policies. These are amounts that, these are the reserves that already have accounts and money set aside in them. This is just to actually have the policy. So again, the goal for the conference center is 10 million with 750,000 a year. Sports center, $10 million goal, 500,000 a year. Technology to maintain 3 million a year. And then city facilities maintain 10% of deferred maintenance list. These two are, like we talked about earlier, there are new policies and new funding. The public safety building, again, the goal for both of these, the public safety building and then the library renovations of facility, $10 million each is the goal with 250,000 for annual amounts. These are other funds, not general fund items. Again, we talked about the Tidelands Fund, new policy, sea level rise, 25% of revenues, starting with 250,000 for the first 5 years. Parking fund, new policy, new funding for the garage facilities, maintaining 500,000, again, 10% of the renovation and maintenance costs. So I just want to look at the Tidelands sea level rise for just a moment. The reason we did it this way is because the annual where we would like to get to 25%, we understand that the amount that we're putting aside, 250, is really not sufficient. We understand that. However, we're also looking at the revenues that are generated in the Tidelands Fund is only about 4 million, and then their expenses are about 3.6. So there really isn't 25% of revenues. That's $1 million, it's not 25%. So what we're looking at is as we're building, the revenues are building up because the primary revenue source in the Tidelands are from rental property. As that revenue goes up, then we increase. So starting the first 5 years, 250,000 equates to about 6.15% of the revenues. And then from year 6 and 7, take that up to 7 to bring that amount up to 280, and then increase it 1% each year until we get to year 10, where we're putting away 400,000. And again, all of these can be revisited at a time as the revenues increase and as we have more funds that are available. And so recommendation that council adopt a resolution to establish the formal policies for the reserves for the various funding sources and the allocations, as well as the spending language and how and the purpose for each one of these and how we spend it.
Awesome. Thank you. And really want to give kudos to staff for putting this together. I know it's been a little bit of heartburn in regards to being a little unsettled in the pathway forward here. And this seems like a pretty solid foundation for us to begin having conversations. So many thanks to staff. Any questions from the council?
I'll save it. I've just got a statement, not a question.
Okay.
Look like I'm going to answer questions.
I mean, before I toggle my head this way. Okay. Anything on this side? Yeah, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Rafaela, for the report. I was curious when I was looking at the information about public safety and then library facility. Great that these are new proposed policies, definitely in full support. But it dawned on me that there's a figure of 10 million for both. Kind of feels a little arbitrary. Can you just shed a little light on that?
I believe it was about a couple of years ago, there was we had consultants that came and did a plan to see what renovations things needed to be done at the library. I can't remember, I believe that amount was about 30 million. And then we also currently have one for the public safety facility. So as of right now, we don't really have a dollar amount for those, but what we know that more than likely we'll have to issue bonds in order to facilitate doing the renovations and actually building those facilities. But what we really just want to do is just start. So if we can start putting $10 million, aside and have that readily available, then that would stop us from having to say if it's 30 million, that maybe we only have to borrow 20 as opposed to the 10. So it's just to get us started. That's just the initial goal. And again, all of these can be adjusted as needed.
Got it. Thank you.
Perfect. I just wanted to ask about the parking fund. That's been a little bit of a concern of mine. And I know that, so I just wonder how that can be included in the reserve policy. I think about our fire trucks. We just replaced several fire trucks. And so how do we make sure that we're keeping that fund sustainable for the long term and that's going to be sufficient for future needs? Another thing I think about is the need for us to electrify our fleet of vehicles within the city. So that's going to be expensive in and of itself. So I just wonder if we can bake that into this policy somehow.
So we have parking fund here.
Is that, so that is specifically for parking, for our vehicles?
No. Then that's for the parking facilities. So interestingly enough, we operate 4 parking garages and we haven't put a dime aside to replace them or to do major rehabilitation. So the parking fund reserve is just for the parking facilities and can only use parking funds for parking purposes because it's an enterprise fund. The other question is we pay into the vehicle replacement fund annually, something like $1.2, $1.3 million. So that comes out of the operational budget. And in addition to operation and maintenance cost for the vehicles, each department is charged an annual depreciation per each vehicle that they are using. And so that fund gets actually replenished and has sufficient funds available to purchase ongoing replacements. What throws us off are the big ticket items like the fire trucks that you mentioned, Mayor. There we have to find a different way of funding it, because if we take 3 fire engines or 4 fire engines, we are probably at 2.2 million, 2.5 million, and that will deplete the fund. I think that's about the fund balance we have there right now. When you create a vehicle maintenance fund, and I just want to share with you some budget philosophy, you don't want to over collect money in the vehicle maintenance fund. You want to have just the right reserves in the vehicle maintenance fund that you can buy and replace vehicles, including electrification and electric vehicles. You don't want to put more money aside and take this, which you want to have the right amount of money in there that you will spend on an annual basis. We have a good feel for those numbers. That's something like $750 to $1 million what we replace on an annual basis. So you don't want to put too much money in there, because also the future council will look at that and will rate it if they have a different pet project that they want to go after. So you want to be sure that you have a healthy balance there, but you don't want to overburden it. So that's a little bit about vehicle maintenance fund philosophy. So,
Vehicle
but
maintenance
of
fund
course,
101.
at the end of the day, it's what the council wants to do, of course. But we have sufficient funds there. What throws us off, as I stated, are the big ticket items, and you don't really want to pay cash for them. It might be better to finance them also. And it's all the fire chief's fault. He's sitting in the back.
Up to the mic. No, I'm just kidding. Why would we not want to set funds aside for them? If we know that they're going to be in our fleet, just like any other vehicle, why would we not set the funds aside?
Well,
for
we
that?
set funds aside for the fire vehicles as well. What kills us is that let's say a $350,000 fire truck that we purchased 20 years ago costs now $750,000. So we set funds, we are setting funds aside that basically allow us to replace it, but it's never enough to really get to the current market and to the current market price. Now you can speculate and you can say, let's put an inflation factor in there. What you do with that is you suck the money out of the operational accounts, you block it there with the future knowledge that you speculate that the new fire truck will cost double after 20 years, and the operations that you want to maintain, repairing of sidewalks, giving community grants, etc. You will manage less dollars. So we made a decision a long time ago that we find a way of funding those big ticket items through payments that we are doing right now through Bank of America, which is our lender, and we pay them back. And then when the new vehicle comes online again, we replace it. We hopefully find another lender and make those payments then again. So it is a budget decision how you want to do it, but it keeps the most operational money in the budget, and it doesn't tie it up for 20 years for the case then if we get a new fire truck. So again, it's when you talk about fire trucks, I'm not picking on it. These are the big ticket items. The aerial lift truck will cost us $1.7 million.
Yeah, I guess I just have concern over the idea of planning to do a bond if we don't need to, because now we're paying interest, and that we're putting on the backs of future taxpayers to finance that, as opposed to setting the fund aside now. And we don't have to be conservative in regards to thinking about the inflationary costs associated with that. We could be liberal, and if there are some funds we can pull out of the operation budget. So just a thought there. I think, and you identified a set of policies in regards to how much comes out of each of the departmental funds in order to replace their vehicles. And I wonder if that's baked into a policy already, or if that could be something that we include in the reserve policy so that it's all in one place.
You don't need a policy for a business practice that we have in place. I mean, I'm just suggesting right now, yes, we can do that, but we're depreciating vehicles on the life cycle. So if you buy a pickup truck, it's 10 years. If you buy a fire engine, it's 15 years. Patrol car is 4 years. So these are all, I think you would give, I think it makes sense to allow city management to have flexibility in how we are structuring it. I don't think we need a policy for that. That's my personal opinion off the cuff. But again, if you want to regulate how we are depreciating vehicles, I think I would still say you go too much in the nitty-gritty.
Okay. Another thought that I just wanted to throw out is looking at the possibility if we can maybe put this information on the website, like maybe it could be a tab where it could be easily accessible for folks in the public that may want to take a look at it. And then I have a question about the Sea Level Rise Fund. I'm wondering if that should be purely coming out of the Tideland funds, because I imagine that with some of the issues that we might be facing with sea level rise and tsunami zones, that they go outside of the Tidelands. And so my understanding is that we can't use those Tidelands funds outside of the Tidelands. And so if there's a portion of the city that's affected outside of that zone, then we're putting ourselves in a precarious situation. So I wonder if that's something that we might be able to do more. Okay. I want to come back to the parking thing, not the parking, I meant the vehicle thing, but I'm going to take it out to the public unless there's any more questions on the council. All right, we'll start in the chamber. Any public comments on this item? Welcome back, Bruce.
I just want to comment on the emergency vehicle things. Another thing to wait for is PHEVs that have bidirectional charging. For emergency vehicles, that's a really big deal, because they can pull up to a site and they're a generator on wheels. And so they can support a site that's out of power. And as we are suffering power outages, that can be very important. So that might be another reason to wait for that, for another thing to wait for.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, let's take it online, please.
There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so bring it back to the council. Interested in what my colleagues think about my suggestion in regards to the vehicle maintenance. I respect and understand city management's concern. I think you're doing a phenomenal job. It's no critique towards Hans, but I think for consistency purposes and as things move forward within the city, at some point, I imagine you'll choose to retire. And so what does that look like for us to make sure that things are staying consistent and that we're moving in a positive direction? And I imagine that the cost of vehicles are going to become a bigger impact and portion of our budget, especially when we're looking at electrifying our fleet of vehicles. You're talking about a fire truck costing $1.7 million. That's significant. And I don't think that's insignificant to where we can just let it go. We know that's coming. So I just I wonder how my colleagues feel. I don't want to continue pushing it if it's not something that you all are interested in. Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to really express my appreciation to staff for bringing this forward, and to council for having conveyed to staff that this should be a priority. I think of all of the things that we do as a council, this is one of the things that probably won't get a lot of attention from the public. We didn't have a lot of public comment, but in terms of impacts for the future of the city, this is one of the most consequential things we will do. So I'm really excited to be part of moving this forward. This idea kind of arose when we were looking at the conference center, and our hospitality partners, observed that they have pretty significant, they budget for renovations and things on a regular basis. That's just part of their business model. They know they're going to have to be doing major renovations on a fairly regular basis to be able to keep their properties up to date. And we hadn't done that when it came to the conference center. We haven't done that with the sports center. We haven't done that with, we didn't do that with the roads for years, which is why we ultimately had to pass measures P and S, because we simply weren't budgeting for or spending enough on our roads. So anyway, I'm just really pleased that we're doing this now. And this came out of, that 2018 kind of fiscal policy. As for, Mr. Mayor, what you're saying about I guess vehicles and trucks, I think I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it sounds like the staff has a policy where we're sort of budgeting on a regular basis for that as we depreciate. And so I think I would be comfortable going forward with what staff has brought to us.
Anybody else? Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, I want to echo what Mr. Hoffa has indicated, and exactly right. What we're doing tonight is multiple things that look at the future. We're visioning and anticipating when many of us may be off the council. Because we're looking at 3, 5, 10-year range of reserve funds for a variety of different functions in the city. First off, when I got on the council in 2014, looking at the first budget was a concern because I believe we were at 15% on a reserve. And so we've all been talking about to increase that reserve. This is a big leap, going from 16.6 to 20%. We saw a pandemic, we experienced it. We know things like that can happen again. So we need to secure our future by being in a better position and having a stronger reserve, a general fund reserve. So kudos for staff to be able to get us in a position where we can make such a leap forward. That's a major increase. I won't go through all of the policies, but I just want to say that they align exactly with what I've observed and learned being on the council from 2014 to now. These new policies really align us to be more nimble, to have clear direction and vision for the future, and also enables all of staff to be able to leave the legacy of whenever their positions vacate, the new person walks in, there's policies in place and they know what the vision for the future is, and there's funds in each one of the critical, in the old days, we call them cost centers. I know that's old language, but now these different accounts that apply to each of the different departments will be in a better place for the succession planning as well. The other thing I want to go back to the vehicle maintenance systems. Hans addressed how it's done now, and I concur. I think it's done well now. Internally, behind what his policy is in the vehicle funding is also each department has their own internal policies in terms of what's the shape of their fleet. So it's an ongoing operational thing that all the way down to the first line supervisor, all the way up through the managers and to the department heads. They can anticipate when they know that there's going to be the need to replace vehicles. That's communicated through the department heads. They look at the fund, which is the vehicle fund, the replacement fund. But as a police department, fire department, public works, large equipment, they're looking at 2 and 3 years. And so they benchmark it. They know in 2 or 3 years that that's going to be the time. So that's when the city manager is then allocating potential general fund, grant money, other funding, and the vehicle replacement fund. So I don't think our operations are ever caught off guard or surprised. I think the internal systems work and anticipate adequately enough so that the city manager can provide to us a budget that is not the, oh my goodness, we have a $3 million vehicle replacement, but our balance is only 1.7. I think the systems that work well internally anticipate well enough in the 3 to 5 year range, because we know vehicles for police department have to be replaced about 4 years. Public Works has a certain number. Fire departments 10 to 15. So we kind of know when that's going to occur. And the unique thing about vehicles, we know what they cost us because when they go to the shop to get repaired, we keep receipts, and Rafaela knows exactly what costs to operate every single vehicle in the city. So I think I feel comfortable, as Alan has indicated, that I don't see a need to change a policy there.
Thank you. Would you like to go next? Councilman Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure that I have enough historical knowledge and context to really speak on this piece, but in terms of installing processes so that anyone knows how to proceed even beyond this council, I think is something worth looking at, so that new folks who come on board and join staff, they would know what in general terms, what the process should be, right, in terms of upgrading fleet or whatever really the system is for. So again, I'm not sure that I have enough historical context here, but in terms of the systems piece, I think that's something worth exploring.
Councilmember Barber?
Yeah, so I hear my colleagues and I really applaud the city staff and Ms. King in doing a great job at getting everything set up for the reserves because it's highly important as we saw coming through the pandemic. And I think most when we're dealing with the vehicles, especially with the larger vehicles, we sounds like we have the vehicle replacement fund. But I guess my question is kind of leaning toward what Council Member Garcia was talking about. How do we know when we need to increase that fund? How do we know? I mean, I know that there's communication. I know Council Member Ed was talking about how they have communication when it's getting close to time for replacement. But is there a process that says that? Yes. Okay, so there's a process in place that says that, and so you're keeping up with. I'm just trying to make sure I get a total understanding. So you're keeping up with when that needs to be increased because everything is the cost of living increase, right?
My staff maintains a list of all vehicles and fleet maintains the service for each vehicle. So we know how much each one costs. We have the depreciation. We know what's needed. And then we work together every year with fleet to say, you know, what vehicles are coming up, what needs to be replaced. And
You're already planning it.
yes, all the department heads.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And if I just may add, Councilman Garcia, we have that policy in place. How do you depreciate a pickup truck, a van, a fire truck, a patrol car, so a sit-down lawnmower? So those policies are in place. And also, Mayor, just to put your mind at ease, I didn't invent that system. That is something that I learned also when I started here 22 years ago when I started working as an analyst in fleet. So we're tinkering with that system always here and there a little bit, but it has worked very well for us. And those policies are then translated into the actual charges and depreciations. So.
Could I just ask a follow-up? So then how are we taking into account are we taking into account the fact that we will be soon be expected to electrify our fleet? Is that incorporated in the numbers associated with what's in our reserve?
So it will work the following way. You have a 3/4 pickup truck that costs maybe $55,000, $60,000 with a toolbox. Now you want to replace this with an F-150 electric F-150. We look what is depreciated inside that a specific account for that piece of equipment, and then you will see is there a delta that we have to fund, or and if we have to fund it, it comes out of the existing vehicle fund. The new F-150 goes in and it starts depreciating at a higher rate. So since we never replace all vehicles at the same time, and we usually replace anywhere between 15 and 20 vehicles per year, the fund replenishes itself, charging a higher rate on depreciation on the new electric cars, and it goes forward. So the rule is also you can replace a vehicle in kind with the same in kind. It will be funded out of the vehicle replacement fund. If you want to upgrade that, we have to look for different funds. So that happens sometimes, but in general, if we electrify the fleet, we are replacing a gas-powered vehicle with an electric vehicle. The gas-powered vehicle has already a certain amount of funding in there. And hopefully, we also hope that the delta between the gas-powered car and the electric car is something that the vehicle fund can carry, and we think it can.
Okay.
Does this need a
Anything-
motion?
We can whatever you guys want to do.
I'll make a motion if there's no other comments or questions. We've heard from the public. Let me just get to the recommendation. We're accepting a policy, so I'll make a recommendation that we accept staff recommendation on item number 13 and adopt various resolutions and amend the city policy to move the general fund reserves from 16.6 to 20%.
I'll second that. Excuse me.
Okay, any final comments?
Just the comment that this is something that's, it's an evolution. Alan and I were on the council together starting, he was here starting in 2012, I was here in 14, and we were still in the throes of the construction piece of the conference center, and this was really the genesis of the conversation about reserves. And I'm very satisfied that this is to the place where we're looking at reserves across the city, not just the conference center, but the library, the sports center, the police facility, the various locations that we know we're most vulnerable. So this is huge. I'm sorry that we don't have more public here that's standing here to see this recognition, but this is worthy of saying, great job, staff. This has been a heavy lift. This gets us in a great position to really plan for the future. I won't be here forever. None of us will be here forever. And this places us in a position to modernize, look to the future, and assist others when they join the city family to know what the policy is and to know that what we do is not just public service, but that requires funds. And this is in alignment with what we see about the city and how we care for the city, because that translates into public service across the spectrum. And we have to have money to do that. So this puts us in a great spot.
Anybody else? I'll just conclude. Again, kudos to staff. I think this is, I agree with you, Councilmember Smith. This is a great foundation. This isn't the end. I think the conversation will continue on this conversation around the vehicle replacement fund. I think there is a little bit of a lost opportunity. I mean, I hear a little bit of, we hope, we think that things will work out. And I get a little bit concerned about that, especially when we're transitioning. So I hope that we can continue having that dialogue on the council in regards to what that transition looks like and make sure that we're proactive in regards to our approach in regards to that transition. I think it's a lost opportunity to not think about including the fire trucks in there. Not a big fan of doing bonds if we don't need to. And then I'll raise the point again about the sea level rise fund. I hope that we can maybe look at something in the future in regards to some operational funds going into there, some general funds going into there. And then the last thing I would say is I think that the 20% reserve fund is a good goal for now. But I recall when we looked at the reserve funds for other jurisdictions, they had them even higher, if I recall correctly. And so we may want to look at what that looks like for the long term. Maybe we set goals for ourselves to increase that over time. Because with the future being more unknown than ever, and crazy things have happened like the pandemic, I think having that reserve fund will make sure that we can continue our operations and providing the critical services that our community expects us to provide to them. And when we do need to go for bonds, having a healthy reserve fund really make sure that we're well placed for our credit rating to get low interest loans or low interest bonds. So I'll support the measure because I think it's a good way for us to move forward, but hopefully we can continue having the conversation around how we can grow this better from here. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Roll call or just
keep it, stay on me. All those in favor, identify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And with that, are there any public comments on closed session? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Can we hold, because we're over, right? We're over time. How would I ask for this to be pushed to the evening session? Unless is somebody here for this item, the Pride Month allocation? Okay, yeah.
Okay, it could just be continued.
Okay,
Motion to continue 14 to the evening.
so I'll move to continue item number 14.
I'll second that.
Public comment? Is there anybody online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, any comments? Roll call vote. Shoot, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so go ahead and table that to this evening. Okay, any public comments for items on closed session, there's labor negotiations for Mamiya Group. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Anybody online?
No hands raised.
All right, and with that, we will go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody.
Recording in progress.
All right, call this meeting to order for the evening session on this beautiful June 6th day. This day that rained. Weird. And we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask my colleague here, Gino Garcia, to kick us off.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stellar job. Okay, we'll continue with public comments for items that are not on this evening's agenda. So non-agendized items, if you want to make public comments, please go ahead and step forward to the mic and speak for your 3 minutes.
Little decorum, please. Dan Turner, Monterey. I'd like to apologize for coming dressed like this, but I just finished the spin class, 5:30 to 6:30, the sports center, and I was afraid if I took a shower and cleaned up, I'd be late. I didn't want to keep you waiting. And now for my prepared remarks. I was happy to hear via an email exchange with the city manager that he will recommend to the council 3 new positions for the sports center and the reopening of the snack bar, complete with Hershey bars. I am not without influence in these matters, you know. But still, I am not feeling the love for the sports center from the city administration that I'd like to. It is still being treated, the sports center, like an unloved stepchild, as opposed to the library. Everybody loves the library. I certainly love the library, which has about 13 to 15 employees, I think, even though it doesn't bring in a cent. Free public libraries are mostly an accident of history. Public libraries became popular back in the 19th century, I think. And folks in charge at that time thought they should be free. No admission fee or membership charge. So what's my point? Should we charge admission to the library? Nope. Should we make the sports center admission free? Nope. Not that either, although it certainly would be a good idea. And if you won't do that, please at least let us reopen the kids zone so folks with toddlers can return to the sports center. What I'd like to see is a recognition on the part of the city mothers and fathers and administration that the physical culture and socialization that the sports center provides for the folks in this community is just as important as the intellectual and cultural resources that the library provides. And when you think about how easy it is to access literature and other cultural subjects for free on computers and tablets nowadays, I think a case could be made that the sports center is, in this day and age, more important than the library. But I'm not trying to set up a competition between the library and the sports center. All I want is fair play. I have fair play in capital letters, you can't see it. For the sports center, from the council and the administration, and a little love. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items that are not in this evening's agenda? All right, we'll go online.
All right, let's hear from Esther Malkin.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to thank you for addressing and passing movement on the Laguna Grande Park situation over here. I wanted to just make a mention that the homeless situation in this park has been reduced significantly. So Councilmember Barber had brought that up, and we have been working really hard for the past 10 years on that. And we've partnered with Seaside a lot on this. So that has been, significantly helped. But the number one way that we can address preventing homelessness is by keeping rents affordable in our city. And to that, I'll lead into thanking the staff for doing the town hall. I was there and was very disappointed in some of the comments that were made that were completely irrelevant and disturbing, which I'm not going to bother bringing up specifics of here because I don't want to feed it. But those comments showed the desperation that there is among property owners, rental property owners and management companies to continue keeping the renter community basically in a position of constant disarray and worry and instability, which we've basically come to accept that. You know, we have a majority of renters in this city, and it seems like people who think that renters should just leave don't consider us valuable citizens in this area, or basically in others as well. So are we going to continue treating renters as second-class citizens just because they're looking for a roof over their heads that they can afford? There was a report that was literally just released by United Way that says 81% of the people living in poverty are paying more than they should on housing. That is the big problem. So anybody who wants to talk about homelessness must simultaneously talk about preventing it. And the single best way that you have of doing that is addressing the rents while you simultaneously address building more, which will take a decade to happen to even make a dent in our problems. So I'm hoping that we will continue this conversation regardless of those that don't want it to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next, we have a telephone caller with the last three digits, 837. You'll need to dial *6 to unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I used to live on the Monterey Peninsula. I always loved the Monterey Peninsula. I spent a lot of time there. Now I live in Santa Barbara and I visit the Monterey Peninsula, and I still love it. But I'm very disturbed at the trees that are coming down that I keep finding out about. The big, beautiful trees that are coming down that make the area so special. For example, at Fisherman's Wharf, a whole bunch of trees are coming down. They came down to make for more parking. But the problem is, where does it all end? Where does it all end? There's a stream of cars from 68. It was a miserable experience trying to get to Monterey. Last time I came down, I was stuck on Highway 68. I've never seen it like that. And you just keep accommodating more cars. And my God, where does it all end? You really need a train. It's really getting bad. But I want to talk about Iris Canyon. I used to ride my bicycle up Iris Canyon, and now I understand, and I loved it so much. And now they want to take out hundreds of trees there, full-grown, beautiful trees for erosion control, and I want to oppose this. The canyon's been closed. Maybe it should just stay closed and be turned into a park. I wish you would just leave Iris Canyon alone. The trees are preventing erosion. We're probably not going to have a rainy year like this in a long time. We don't know what the weather patterns are going to be. So my comment is, please preserve those beautiful trees. It's making Monterey less desirable to see so many beautiful trees being taken out. So that's basically what I want to say. And please bring the train down there. It's intolerable. The traffic's intolerable now. My name is Brian Rosen. It's been a long time since I've addressed the council, and I thank you very much for listening. Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. And next I will call on a telephone caller with the last three digits, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. Beginning in July, Japan plans to dump 1 million metric tons of radioactive wastewater into the ocean. It will come here to the Central Coast via the Kuroshio Current. From March 2011 and the horrible Fukushima disaster, we have been receiving in addition to the initial ocean and air releases of radioactivity, continuous ocean release in the measure of 300 to 400 tons per day, brought again to the coast by the Kuroshio Current, and then the coastal currents carry it south to us. But we were already impacted before 2011. There are 2 nuclear waste dumps nearby. The U.S. Navy has a nuclear waste dump off San Francisco near the Farallones. That radioactivity comes south to us. And then they sunk the USS Independence, the radioactive USS Independence, off Half Moon Bay a number of years ago, and it is filled with nuclear waste as well. That radioactivity comes into the bay. So we already are impacted. The sea life is impacted. South Korea, China, Japan, Pacific Islanders are protesting the dumping plans. Fishermen are extremely worried. And I request that the city join them and other coastal cities here to stop this plan and prevent further loss to the ocean. Secondly, I want to talk about June 16th, which is International Electromagnetic Sensitivity Day. EMS, or electrohypersensitivity, as it's recognized in Europe and Canada, is caused by exposure to electromagnetic fields and radio frequency radiation, and it's worsened by repeated exposures. These EMF disabled people experience serious health effects, including seizures, fainting, heart abnormalities, insomnia, dizziness, migraines and headaches, severe tinnitus, heart pain, and other medical problems. Reduced exposure in a low EMF environment are the only solution. 3 to 15% of the population may suffer from this. Monterey County recognized EMS in 2017, as did the California legislature, which gave disabled accommodation. Social Security Administration has recognized this as well. It's a devastating disability that affects me personally, and I urge the city to examine its discriminatory policies and recognize the civil rights of these people who experience prejudice and policies that deny them access to basic civil rights and to city and other public spaces. So June 16th is the day when this is going to be recognized internationally, and there may be events in the state of raising awareness to this devastating illness and medical condition that many people don't even realize is the result their own personal medical problems have relation to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we will continue the item from the afternoon session, number 14, Pride Month and authorized flag display. Before I pass it to staff, I just want to recognize that the city has been doing this now for the last, I think this is our 3rd year. And just this year, we decided to host a pride flag raising ceremony. And many of our city staff and community members were in attendance for that. And we got some pretty good press coverage from that as well. And I think it's just an important element of this discussion around LGBTQ plus rights, because oftentimes people in the LGBTQ community, as we discussed in the afternoon session around mental health, deal with high rates of mental health issues, are often left in the dark. And I think, and so doing things like recognizing Pride Month and raising a flag over City Hall. And if you haven't seen it, I mean, it looks beautiful flying over the city manager's office there. It really lets people know that we're standing strong with the LGBTQ plus community, so that we can make the community more visible and know that we stand with them when there's still a lot of discrimination towards the LGBTQ community, particularly for trans and non-binary people. And so I'm honored to serve on a council with a city that is taking such a public display. And so with that, I'll pass it to Hans. Did I say it all?
In essence, yes. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. You hit every single point that is important to hit. We had the ceremony last week, Thursday, as you indicated, and we had good public participation there. This report or this resolution basically now suggests that it becomes an annual flag raising or displaying the flag at that location. So this council action tonight basically will make it permanent unless it will be reversed one day or not by a different council. So we did it twice, as you pointed out, and twice we went with a resolution in front of council with respect also to getting the permission from council to raise the flag. This now is establishing this as an annual part of the city's expression and commitment to the LGBTQ community.
Perfect. Any questions from the council? Okay, let's take it out to the public. Any public comments on this item?
Love it.
Appreciate that. I hope everybody online heard that. Let's take it online. Is there any public comment?
Well, there are no hands raised.
Perfect. Okay. Is there a motion? Yes. Moved by Councilmember Barber,
I'll second that.
seconded by Councilmember Hoffa. Any other discussion?
Love it.
So for those that are online that probably didn't hear it, there was somebody in the chambers that said that they loved it during public comment. So I appreciate Councilmember Hoffa continuing to express that that eagerness. Okay, let's do oh, no, I stopped myself. I stopped myself. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, beautiful. And with that, we will go to item 15, the FY 2023-2024 budget. This has been a long discussion that we've been having over the last several months. And so without any further ado, I'll pass it to City Manager for a staff presentation.
So I hope that after my presentation, all right. They just handed me a handy new toy, so I hope I can manage 4 different buttons. And intuitively, I think that is the forward one.
Oh, does it go up here?
Mr. Assistant City Manager. Are you doing it now? Okay, good. Thank you so much. All right. We have a pretty complex budget presentation for you tonight, and hopefully we answer also along the way a lot of questions that you raised also during the study session, and we try to incorporate some of the feedback or most of the feedback you gave us, and of course we are also anticipating that you may have additional questions. So, but our presentation, as I stated with you, will be a little longer, and as we try to address also all the different levels of conversations we had. So those include, of course, the traditional overview that I provide, and then we were asked, can you talk about layoff status, position control, and staffing levels? Where are we? How many employees have we brought back? Where are those positions that we have not brought back yet? You asked us, you wanted to know what are the services that we have not yet restored. So we will try to answer that as best as we can. And then after Nat and I have done the first 3 bullet points, then our finance director will go into the details of the budget, and we'll talk about all the different things that are elements of our budget, and ending out as usual with the 5-year projection. And then of course we are hopeful that we have a lot of input from you and questions, and then also comments from the public. Next slide, please. I wanted to start my remark with a new word that I learned when we were in Sacramento. And when I say we, I meant by that also Councilmember Garcia. We both attended the California Defense Summit in Sacramento about 2 weeks ago. And the word that I wanted to use to introduce, no, the other slide, please, sir. the city manager's general overview, 2 slides back, thank you, is whiplash. And the word that we heard in Sacramento several times was whiplash. And they talked about climate change. They talked about from the hottest September that we had in 2022 to the drought declaration issued by the governor in October 22. And then we had 9 atmospheric rivers that turned everything upside down. And now we have a snowpack that has 3 years of supply going forward, and the reservoirs are filled. So another whiplash they spoke about also, and again, they use the word widely, is coming from historic budget surpluses in Sacramento now to really historic budget shortfalls, whiplash. Last year, they didn't know what to do with all the money. This year, I think the last number was $24 billion shortfall in the California budget. When I look at our own budget and the experience that we had in Monterey with respect to the budget, it was not so much a whiplash, and that's how I want to introduce my remarks. Between March 2020 and today, we saw in 2020 an almost immediate devastation of our solidly planned future. That was also the first time in February 2020 that we had filled our fund for economic reserves for the first time at the level of 16.6%. So immediately we saw in March what was going to happen with us, and what we are experienced over the course of 18 months was a loss of $32 million in revenues. And it was kind of a fall down into a deep, dark abyss, as I want to describe it, but it was not bottomless. And the council at that time used several drastic parachutes that helped us to land in a way that we didn't break our legs. We were still in a way functional. And what those drastic measures were that took a lot of courage by the council to implement was to de-appropriate close to $11 million from the CIP and NCIP and infuse that back into the budget. We also reduced the operational budget for fiscal year 2021 by $5 million. And also what took a lot of courage, but also a lot of compassion that the council showed, we had to eliminate at that time 102 vacant positions that we had. 71 of those were actually filled with hardworking, loyal employees. And so that took a lot of courage, and all that was done by the council in 2020 while parallel finding $500,000 from the Tideland funds and $500,000 from the parking fund to infuse this into Monterey's small business support program that very unbureaucratically awarded $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 grants that were not reimbursable to small businesses in Monterey. And also we created the first emergency rental program that was up and running in our city long before anyone else in the Tri-County was doing something even closely similar. So we really hit the bottom soon in late summer of 2020, and then we started slowly climbing out of that hole. So out of the hole, it was not really a whiplash; it was basically a deep fall, and then the curve gradually kept improving. Today, we are in a much better position than we were at the beginning of 2020. Our revenues are looking very good. We have expenditures under control, and we also cut spending out that we shouldn't have had in the first place for many years. We were able last year and also this year to kind of reduce the type of that spending. So with that, I come to my actually presentation, and next slide, please. This is my 6th time as your city manager to talk about the budget. And once a year, I always show the council this chart. Alan looks at me already terribly bored because he has seen that chart so many times. But that's a quote from Alice Carroll, from Lewis Carroll out of Alice in Wonderland. And I always like that quote, and I always have people suffer listening to me. One day Alice came to a fork in the road and saw a Cheshire cat in a tree. Which road do I take? She asked. His response was a question, where do you want to go? Well, I don't know, Alice answered. Okay, then said the cat, it really doesn't matter. And so that there's a lot of wisdom in this quote from Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. And if we look at the next slide, you will see that lesson number one is if you don't know where you're going, it will be difficult to get anywhere. So I explain it always with the following. If we want to go from Monterey to New York, right, a good idea is go eastwards. But you can also go westwards. It just takes you longer, but you will hit New York eventually. If you go north or if you go south, no chance. You will not reach it. So what I mean by that is you got to have a general direction. And I come back to that later because this council had and has a general direction. So in life, you follow a general direction, you follow an objective or a goal. And the more we know about where we are going, the easier decision-making is when you come to the forks in the road. So if we have a plan, if we know what we are doing, the easier it is to go. So next slide, please. If I apply this to where we are, 2018, that was the time you saw the very first time this slide in spring of 2018. We created a fiscal health response plan. We told the council what our challenges were fiscally. When we developed a principle that we called CORE, that basically said we have to look at the way we do business. We need to do a better job in streamlining what we are doing. We need to identify operational reductions, or if we find that somebody else can provide the services differently or should provide those services differently, we need to identify that. We need definitely revenue enhancement. In 2018, we had not a single tax measure approved except for Measure P. But we need revenue enhancements through economic development, through appropriately adjusting our fees and our taxes. And last but not least, the E in CORE stands for employee contracts, because we still need to have temporaneous employee contracts that are attracting talent, that retain talent, and also contracts that we can financially afford to maintain. Next slide. You need to follow a general direction, a goal, a general purpose. Council created Monterey's value drivers, and we had some of them already in place at that time, but with the help of council member Alan Hafer and Ed Smith and now Mayor Williamson, we developed this new set of value drivers. And very early on, the council spoke about quality of life, but also about council committed to fiscal stewardship. It was always surprising to me, maybe I shouldn't be, but I was always surprised how soon council, when they had the free flow of discussing what are the value drivers, always came up with fiscal stewardship. So that's our general direction, fiscal stewardship. Next slide, please. And the last lesson from the Cheshire Cat is the more we know where we are going, the easier decision making is when you come to the forks in the road. And that's, again, knowing what we are doing. Find the data to look at that, analyze the code, ask the uncomfortable questions. Sidebar. 10 days ago, we sat in the chamber and talked about the sports center. And that's uncomfortable to talk about something that everybody loves and everybody really cherishes, but you have to ask the uncomfortable questions in order to preserve also what we have, and in order also to cherish what we have and to understand what this cherishment means. And as a speaker a few moments ago spoke about, it comes down to balancing. There are folks who love the library. There are folks who like the sports center. There are folks who like the community centers. There are folks who like their fire department, etc. So we have to ask all the questions, we have to get the answers, and then we have to follow through on those conclusions as well. So these are the lessons from the Cheshire Cat. And if I stick around, or you let me stick around, you will see that slide for sure next year again. Next slide, please. I want to go back to another point of analysis that I hope you find interesting. There's 483 cities in California. One is a city and a county. That's San Francisco. When you look at cities around in our price range, so basically between 15,000 to 95,000 population, you wiggle it down to 254 cities. And when you look at the 254 cities, there are 28 cities that are in the coastal zone or have direct access to the coast. Next slide shows you which cities those are. This is a test of your eyesight. But what you will see in the middle is Monterey, kind of highlighted blue, and it starts with Alameda and has Benicia in there, and East Palo Alto, Foster City, Goleta, Hermosa Beach, Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz down. And on the top, you see basically the services that those different cities are providing, and I read them to you. It's police, fire, planning, parks and recreation, library, parking services, marina. I can't read it myself right now. Hang on, I can read it. Community promotion programs, museums and convention centers. And when you look then at where Monterey is scoring, you see an X and everything from left to right. And that's what we are. That's where we are spending our tax dollars. And that's what we have to continue to finance and afford, because as we all know, nobody wants to close a library. Nobody wants to close the sports center, the community centers. We need police, we need fire. We need all those other functions. But the city of Monterey, when you compare us among peers of 28 coastal cities, we have a check mark in every single one of those boxes. Next slide, please. How do we spend our dollars? Again, where does the money go? And Rafaela has a different dollar later, or I think Ned has another dollar to show you. But you will see that our dollars are mostly spent in police, fire, public works, community development, and also parks and recreation, and the library with 3%, finance with 3.8%, and city manager with 5%, which includes the conference center cost, and city attorney and resources are with very small amounts. But the bulk of our money goes to police, fire, followed by recreation, and then community development and public works. These are just general fund dollars, but I wanted to show you where the money goes based on our 23-24 expected proposed budget of a little over $97 million. Next slide. There was an interesting chart I found that I wanted to share with you as well. These are now the bounce back change in employment in the United States. It's no secret that there are that unemployment is at a, I believe now, 60-year low, but also that a lot of employers are willing to hire. But where are still the job openings? Where are still people or jobs not backfilled? And the largest block is on the bottom. When you look at leisure and hospitality, it's mainly in the leisure and hospitality business where you have 350,000 people not being back employed. And that's not based on a lack of jobs. Is based on a lack of workers actually returning back to work. And there's a cool literature of reasons for that. One of them was definitely also that COVID had an impact on the attitude of people working in the service business, where they were afraid also that they would become ill, and they looked at other opportunities. When you look at the government sector of $209,000, I don't want to fake anything. These are mainly teachers that have not returned into employment yet. So it's not that governments are not re-employing back. That is in the category of government is also teachers. And I don't know if you see something similar, but that's what the data showed me last weekend. So next slide, please. Here's another one, which we always like to show also occasionally, at least. When you talk about a typical city in California and compare this with the city of Monterey, you will see where the revenues are coming from and how the revenues are distributed. And on the left-hand side, you see the city of Monterey, where you see the biggest block of income coming from the hotel tax, followed by the sales tax. And then in third place is the property tax with 18%. When you look at a typical city in California, you see that property tax is the single largest resource of income. And knowing that, what you need to understand is property tax is pretty solid. It takes a lot for the county assessor to reduce the tax payroll during times of hard economic circumstances. Then they reduce the tax roll. But you see basically here a very disproportionate distribution of our income resources when compared to a typical city in California. We have major employers in the city. We had a presentation earlier from Ohana. Montage Health is a large-scale employer with probably over 3,200 employees now here. But Ohana is a 501c3. So Montage Health is a 501c3. So a local nonprofit, while they are purchasing a lot of properties at Ryan Ranch and anywhere else, they take those properties then off the property tax payroll. The other ones are, of course, educational facilities like Middlebury is similarly a 501c3. If they convert an office building where the MCCVB used to live in into a dormitory, that building is taken out of the property tax roll. So the other two larger employers we have is U.S. Army and U.S. Navy as well, which also have a great payroll here, but the infrastructure or the properties that they occupy are not generating property tax. So that is in a nutshell the explanation when you look at the two different stacked bar charts there, why our industry with 64% sales tax, hotel tax is very hospitality tilted. Now the sales tax, again, another number that is interesting to share is that 62% of the sales tax is generated by non-residents, and I shared this with you a couple of meetings ago, I believe. So I don't explain, I don't repeat myself there, but again, that tells you also that non-residents contribute greatly also to our revenues as well as to our measures P and S and with that maintenance of our street and roadways, etc. Next slide, please. If you spend $1 on property tax, 6 cents goes to the city of Monterey. So again, just to put this in perspective, while there are very good property taxes received over the past years, again, every dollar, 6 cents trickles down to the city of Monterey. So that also is hopefully an interesting number to carry. Next slide, please. When you look at sales tax of a $10 purchase price, the basic sales tax of 7.25%, the city gets 10 cents of that as well. Again, you want to look at that and you want to understand where does it come from. We are benefiting from higher taxes, but we're not benefiting to the extent that it's really letting us swim in money or being very affluent. Next slide, please. So with that short introduction, I want to share with you what we believe we are proposing to you tonight. We give you a realistic projection of revenues and estimates of revenues and expenses. This is our best estimate as of today, how we are looking into our own looking glass. We have coordinated our major revenue sources with the MCCVB and their CEO Rob O'Keefe is in the audience to back me up on that. We have looked into the sales tax looking glass together with our sales tax consultants from HDL. And also we have connected with the tax assessor to look at property taxes. So we really try to do a good job in our three main revenue sources there. And of course, we have worked very hard with our departments and department heads to also project the correct revenue estimates coming from various sources of fees and cost for services. We will continue to maintain our current service levels. There are no service cuts proposed, and we will gradually continue to restore service levels where they are necessary. And again, everyone has spoken about what is their most important service for the city of Monterey, and everyone has a different opinion of that. What we are proposing is that we gradually continue to restore the services as our finances allow it, and also as our customers are coming back and asking for certain services. And again, the council will continue to work with us, the staff, to continue gradually restoring services as we did last year when we added position also into the conference center. I believe we added also something into the sports center last year in June, July. So we will continue coming to you, the council, and tonight will be not the only presentation of additional positions or restored positions, because as we see, as the data tells us, we can afford certain things. We will bring it back to you as well. Rafaela spoke about this. We need to address budgetary challenges up front. We have to do a point analysis in certain areas. We did this with the sports center. We did this with the fire department. We are doing this with other areas as well. And we need to peel away those different service levels that we have and really find out what are the true costs for that. And then we have to find a way in continuing those services or make other decisions together with the council. Another commitment of us is we need to look at deferred maintenance of our aging facilities. We're trying to work through the CIP to address that. But again, as our Public Works Director will share with you in the follow-on presentation after the budget is hopefully approved, there are so many needs and so less money, even though this year, for the first time that I can remember, we have a $2 million CIP from the general fund funding a variety of deferred maintenance. We are a city that carries 5 community centers. One of them is rented out to First Night, but we still have 4 other community centers. We carry a sports center. We carry fire stations. All those buildings have roofs. All those buildings have plumbing. All those buildings have other issues, need to be painted, etc. So we have to address that, and we have to find a way in how we are doing that. My hope is also that the NCIP will find it in their heart to fix a roof first before we buy any new additional infrastructure assets that we have to maintain through the existing general fund. Next slide, please. So now we come to position control on staffing levels. Nat will present that to you. We looked together with HR at a lot of the numbers of positions. Nat will explain it a little bit more in detail. What I want to share with you, it's not really a straight line in everything, because if we laid a position off in the sports center and that person found employment as facility attendant somewhere else in the city, that you will see in the numbers that this person then found a different job in the city, equally paid or lower paid according to our layoff procedure. So I wanted just to share that with you, that there is not a one-on-one but I think the picture that we will draw for you is still pretty compelling. And with that, I hand it over to Ned.
Great. Thank you, Hans. And good evening, Mayor and Council. As Hans mentioned in his last slide, our goal is to restore service levels where necessary while also addressing the budgetary challenges that we're experiencing up front. I'll be sharing with you an overview of the history of the pandemic-generated layoffs in 2020, the status of those layoffs, how we decide which positions are brought back, and also what fiscal year 2024 has in store for us. We'll cover restored and reclassified positions, new positions, as well as upgraded positions. We'll also share a summary of the services that have not yet been restored since the pandemic-related cuts. A quick peek at some of the headlines from 2020 and 2021. You know, I know on behalf of the entire team, the pandemic-generated layoffs, as Hans said, was a dark, deep abyss for the city. Very difficult, hardest, I think, experiences us as city government workers have ever had to experience, and certainly harder for those who were laid off, as well as the family members affected. And what didn't help certainly was the delay in federal funding that came in, and the challenges that arose as a result of that. So let's take a quick look. Here's a pie chart of the pandemic-generated layoffs that became effective in June of 2020. We projected, as Hans mentioned, running out of money by October of 2020. There were over $11 million in annual cost reductions in order to keep the city afloat. The NCIP was rated $3 million. There were program cuts of over $5 million in other areas, and nearly $1 million in CIP funds reduced, and $500,000 in vehicle replacement funds reduced. Executives took double-digit pay cuts, and pay cuts were also voluntarily provided by police, fire, police lieutenant, management employees, and others as well. Federal help through ARPA, the ARPA funds did not come until later, and it only covered 19% of the $32 million in revenue losses. By comparison, as we look inland to Salinas, which has a higher population, they lost $14 million in revenue, but received $50.5 million of relief money from the federal government. So that's the comparison that we share. The majority of layoffs were in departments that were not providing services due to the required facility closures in order to keep the public safe. Unfortunately, that meant staff in Parks and Recreation, Sports Center, museums, and other departments. Keep in mind, we like to remind you, though, that as early as 1 week after the pandemic-related cuts in June 2020, some staff were brought back. In library, for example, when we knew we were able to provide curbside service, we began to bring employees back. When we reopened the Sports Center, we gradually brought employees back. What is the current status of the occupied positions laid off? Here's the pie chart. You'll be able to see here of the 71 occupied positions laid off, and this includes full-time and regular part-time employees. So 40-hour employees and 30-hour employees. 36 were reemployed elsewhere in the city in a full-time benefited position. 6 declined reemployment, 8 retired. Sadly, we had 1 employee who passed away. And since then, we have today 20 positions that have not been brought back. Now, 12 of the 20 positions are regular part-time positions, so 30-hour employees. And that means that 8 out of the 20 positions that have not been brought back are full-time. Now, that does not necessarily mean that we have 8 employees waiting to rejoin city employment. As Hans mentioned, in the library, for example, a number of full-time incumbents in both of the positions that have not yet been brought back in the library, for example, have found work elsewhere. We had our library manager, for example, moved to Oregon to be closer to family and is thriving there. We have a library assistant too, who's quickly found a job years ago working for the San Jose Public Library. The one remaining full-time recreation division position that was not brought back in recreation, it eventually became the recreation manager in Pacific Grove. So there's many stories of individuals who even though the positions may not have been brought back, have employment elsewhere or found work elsewhere.
So can I just ask a really quick question?
Yeah.
Are these numbers inclusive of the numbers that are included in the position? You might have said this at the beginning, but in the position control list that we're approving?
What do you mean by that?
Are the numbers that you're showing us here, are they inclusive of the positions that we're approving in the position control list tonight?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So another reminder of the competing interests. So every dollar has a purpose. We know that there's competing interests, fiscal management and accountability, maintaining public safety, affordable housing, sea level rise, funding capital needs. We have the fire stations, community centers, parks, roads, library, and others, community services and programs, paying down the $170 million in unfunded pension liability, technology needs, and of course, fair and competitive compensation for the staff that are already part of our workforce with increased housing costs and other expenses that our staff experience. So based on all of that, what is remaining and what's left to be able to either rehire or add new staff where we can afford it. So why aren't certain positions coming back? And the two reasons are cost and needs. And there are some positions coming back, and we'll explain that in a moment. But in terms of cost, a number of these positions are in the sports center, for example. And based on our current economic climate, adding benefited positions, no matter where it is in the organization, is one that involves a cost because of the fully burdened aspect of those benefited positions. When we add more positions to certain departments or divisions, such as the sports center, that will severely or potentially reduce cost recovery in those divisions. And that means less money the city will have for other priorities. Having said that, we will be having a conversation with council later on this year about bringing back some positions potentially, or what that looks like. In terms of operational need, going back to the core strategy, changing the way we do business to be more streamlined, that's an area that we continue to look at. And that goes back to the needs. Do we need the positions to maintain or expand service effectively? And consistent with the core strategy, can we change the way we do business to be more streamlined? And we're very lucky to have well-qualified staff. For example, those who might be retired, students looking for well-paid part-time work to be in certain positions where it makes sense to have part-time staff. When you look at the front desk at the sports center, for example, which and you compare that with the private sector, typically front desk positions are often held by part-time staff. And so as long as we're paying those positions competitively, in some cases $28 per hour for a front desk position, it's competitive and keeps us moving forward. So in the spirit of streamlining, we've also done things such as upgrading recreation software to automate processes and make it easier to buy memberships, guest passes, and programs. And as we've been planning for several months, we'll be expanding sports center hours in July back to pre-pandemic hours with the staff that we have. And this has been the plan for several months now, thanks to our incredible team at the sports center. We've got a fantastic team led by Karen and the group. And we are planning to bring back the cafe in some form as well. So these are just some examples, again, going back to costs and needs. So in summary, we do try to be mindful of our fiscal responsibility to the city as a whole and be respectful to those who were laid off. And we bring back positions based on affordability as well as the operational need. And we hope that as we share with you the updated position control list, that you'll find that what we're presenting to you tonight strikes the right balance for what the city needs and what the city can also afford. So let's go into the positions that are restored and reclassified as part of this budget. There are 2 management analysts recommended to be restored. These were positions that were removed as part of the COVID-19 layoffs. We have one in Parks and Recreation Administration and one in the City Manager's Office. Both of these positions will help increase efficiency, work on special projects, the slew of efforts from the old Capitol site to analysis of finances and operations at the Sports Center are things that the management analyst in the Parks and Recreation will be working on, for example. There's also one police services technician position that is planned to be restored or is being recommended for restoration. And that position specifically is to help staff the jail, because currently It needs to be staffed with both male and female technicians. And when an arrest is made, police officers must transport arrestees to the county jail in Salinas. And because that can take up to 6 hours, having a technician brought back from the layoffs will be helpful for effective staffing, and then also allow for effective street patrol. On the library side, the recommendation is to restore one RPT, 130-hour position of one of the librarian positions that was laid off, and that will help specifically better serve teens as well as the public at large for the library program. There are recommended 3 reclassified positions. One is the Assistant Director of Information Resources to a Chief Information Officer. For the last few years, as part of the COVID-19 related dissolution of the Information Resources Department, that division, Information Services, is now, as well as City Clerk, was disbanded, put into the City Manager's office. It makes sense to rather than have an Assistant Director in a department that doesn't exist, reclassify that position to a Chief Information Officer to lead all of the city's technology needs and technology functions. The other reclassification position is the administrative analyst to a communications manager role. And this one, as some of you may recall, in years past, the communications office included 3 full-time employees. This office will remain staffed with just one full-time employee due to budget constraints, and the manager will help continue all of the efforts to expand community engagement, media relations, and support the communications function. And then last but not least, on the reclass is the associate planner to a senior associate planner from time to time. This provides promotional opportunities along with opportunities to retain talented work staff, and in this case, the planning office. All right, on to new positions, 4 new positions planned and recommended. The first is an environmental regulations analyst in the Public Works Department with new sewer regulations going into effect. This position will support wastewater reporting as well as data entry. And the second position is the homeless navigator in the police department. And as council has shared, homelessness remains a key priority and a key issue in the city of Monterey. And we've actually tried to fund a social worker jointly with the county of Monterey to work with unhoused individuals. And that model didn't work for a number of reasons. So we recommend a homeless navigator to help better address the homeless crisis. Housing and community development coordinator for projects and programs. The bottom line here is we need more support in the housing office. Housing issues, whether it's the rental registry or other programs, continues to need to be supported. Today, we had first round of interviews for a new housing manager, and looking forward to staffing up that office. And last but not least, one new human resources specialist to support our human resources function and ensure that there's a segregation of duties in areas between accounting and human resources, and help support some of those internal control measures. And then on the upgraded positions, so the recommendation is to have an increase of 1.25, net increase of 1.25, upgrading and regular part-time to a full-time administrative assistant in the Public Works Department, and then 2 part-time PTS to 1 full-time fire inspector in the fire department. And this is actually technically it's a restored position of one that didn't exist before. Council had asked in the past about grant funding. How are we finding opportunities to receive grant funding? The reality is that many of the grant opportunities aren't as competitive for the city of Monterey as state parks or other state agencies look at how to fund grants for local governments and local agencies. They look at a couple of factors, and one of the main factors is household income. And there's no adjustment for cost of living. So a city in the Central Valley, such as Fresno, that has a lower household income will always be more highly eligible for grant opportunities in the city of Monterey, which on paper has a high household income, even though the cost of living is higher in Monterey than Fresno. This is an issue that we've been taking to the League of California Cities, trying to advocate for having a cost of living adjustment so that coastal cities like Monterey aren't disadvantaged compared to perhaps some of the more other affordable areas in California. Having said that, we have been working with a grant consultant, California Consulting, to solicit, identify grants and help prepare them and work with our staff team. And these are typically state and federal grants. So far we've, in the just under a year, we've worked with the firm. We've received $103,000 in grants and pending $1.26 million in grants submitted and pending. And we're working on even more grants, everything from wildfire prevention and forest management to 3D scanners for police and thermal cameras for the fire department. So in summary, on the staff side of the layoffs, 8 full-time employees and 12 regular part-time have not been brought back, although most, if not all, have found work elsewhere. The costs and organizational needs drive which positions return. And then we also continue to change the way we do business to be more agile and be able to afford all of the priorities throughout the city. As we look at service levels, we'll shift here a little bit and talk about what does service level mean, and wanted to make clear that reductions in full-time staffing does not necessarily mean reductions in service levels because of the efficiency piece and because of the way that we find ways and opportunities to provide competitive pay for part-time employees. Some of the services that are not yet restored since the pandemic, we'll start with the sports center. This is an area that we will come back to council in the near future and talk about staffing based on the feedback and the great support that exists for the sports center and wellness in our community. And a big shout out to Karen Larson, our Parks Director, for her work here. The hours of operation plans to return July 1, and that's going up from 88 hours per week to 101 hours per week. So very exciting to share that. Also, group exercise classes. The major restriction right now is both staffing as well as hours of operation. With expanded hours July 1 and significant additional budget for group exercise instructors, we'll be able to expand those classes and fill in those hours in the studios. On the aquatics programming side, we've seen a 35% reduction in programming, and with more hours also means more opportunities for classes and programs. Physical therapy is an area that we realize needs to be built off of a different business model. Even after medical billing, the total cost of the physical therapy program operated at a loss of $185,000. So that's actually a net loss cost. It cost more than that. On the cafe side, it was roughly a $20,000 loss, but we do hope to bring it back in some fashion and look at a different model, whether that's contract or a partner in the nonprofit potentially. On the Kids Zone, we're also evaluating risk and impacts of Kids Zone and memberships. We heard one of the major benefits of the Sports Center before was having childcare for those who wanted to work out and be physically fit. That program operated at a $44,000 loss. And so we just have to find ways to address that gap. On the recreation side, we're looking at ways to restore services in different ways. Great feedback and engagement from the community on what services they like to see in the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhoods, as well as Via Del Monte Grove. And we'll be bringing back services starting with youth, tots, special events, and rentals, and look at other ways to provide services to Casanova Oak Knoll. With Schulte Park Center, there are a number of events and programs that still need to be brought back. We're planning to restart the senior travel program, but we'll only be able to resume with 4 senior trips when in the past we've had up to 18 events per year. And then, of course, there are other programmings and events based on staffing limitations that limit our ability to provide services. But part of that also means we are checking in with the school district to figure out what other services can we provide, or what is the school district providing that we're not providing. Over the last 4 years, schools have closed in Monterey, and we've also found out recently that the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District is providing after-school care for free. They're providing summer programs. That's in direct competition with programs that we used to provide. So we need to sit down, talk with the school district, and figure out where are the gaps and where can we partner. On the library side, service restoration continues. The open days were reduced from 7 days per week to 5 days per week. So what's interesting is, we are planning in terms of just base levels of service hours, restoring the sports center hours of operation, but the library continues to be reduced from 7 days to 5 days. What we are planning on doing with the hiring of the RPT librarian is provide some type of partial Monday hours being restored later this year. So many of you know Monterey Public Library is a popular destination for students at Monterey High School after school. So that is a priority area for the Library Board of Trustees. Evening hours remain reduced. It closed at 6 p.m. and this should read not 8 p.m. And then baby and teen programming is still very much limited. We're hoping to resume some programs later this year, and there's still a reduction in library content subscriptions. Museums. This is an interesting one. When we say, what are we doing to review the funding model? So right now, Colton Hall is operating at a reduced hours of 139 days per year. And it used to be open 7 days a week, except for certain holidays. And at the Presidio Monterey Museum, there are reduced hours, and there's also a number of cultural arts programs that have not been brought back in the museums. Hans shared earlier, there was the slide that showed the coastal cities throughout California. City of Monterey was the only one that had a city-operated and owned museum department. We're having conversations and looking at different ways to fund and help supplement the city contribution to museums. There are a number of nonprofits in the area. You look at Pacific Grove. I used to work for the city of Pacific Grove back in the early 2000s when the museums was fully funded 100% by city dollars. Now it's a nonprofit. There's a number of community members who are committed to seeing the Museum of Natural History thrive. We believe there's enough support in this community to support Colton Hall as well as other areas, while the city still provides a commitment to maintain the building, the facilities, and certain areas of that service. Rafael and I have met recently with the Community Foundation for Monterey County. There is something called the Agency Stewardship Funds, where folks can donate funds into a 501c3 that fully supports different areas of service delivery. So we're looking at an agency stewardship fund for the sports center based on all the folks who want to support the sports center and have submitted checks and donate to support fitness and wellness, and then also a agency stewardship fund that doesn't exist right now for the museums. It's very similar to the model that the library has with the very successful Friends and Foundation of the Monterey Public Library that help support library operations. So those are some of the areas and the services not yet restored. On the fire, last slide here, fire side, we do have fire inspections are planning to be restored on the residential and defensible space side. Emergency management continues to be an area. Used to have a part-time employee. This is now a joint effort with the city manager's office. On the conference center, the sales unit of the conference center is going to be a service now provided in collaboration with the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. And then in the city manager's office, we did see a slight reduction in service delivery when it came to specialized media and video production based on one of the positions that was removed and is not planning to be restored in the near future. So that is a long overview of the position control, staffing levels, the layoffs, as well as what positions we're hoping to bring back. And now to Rafaela King, our finance director.
Thank you, Nat.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Well, let's jump right in. Okay, so what I want to start with is that we're going to do a recap of the budget study session, our primary. So on April 26th, the council was presented with the preliminary budget, the information at the budget study session.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic, please? A little bit. Okay, thank you.
Any better?
We just can't hear. It just needs to be louder.
That's good.
Okay, now?
Sounds better. Sounds better.
Okay. So we're gonna do a real quick recap of the budget study session primer that we did on April 26th. So the council was presented with the preliminary budget at this study session. And so the next few slides is gonna be some materials that you've already seen. It'll kind of serve as a recap of what we've already presented. So just as a reminder, so following the recap, we'll get on to, so I'm gonna talk about the big picture, our budget process, and then we'll go into the adjustments and updates since the study session. So as you may remember, the big picture was just a year ago during the FY22-23 budget cycle. You know, the painted picture that we gave you was really bleak. Our expenses were rising. They had nearly double-digit inflation. The rates that were outpacing revenues at an alarming rate, and our general fund structural deficit was increasing. And our biggest challenge at that time was how to continue to provide the service to our community that was sustainable, to recruit and retain employees, and also to balance the budget. This year's budget process presented different challenges. So our revenues have consistently come in strong, and in most cases, they exceeded our budget projections. Projected operations expenses were severely underspent. And then we have our capital improvement projects, our aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance, setting aside the one-time savings to specifically address these concerns, and then our budget versus the process. So with our FY23-24 budget process, we started in February 2023 with our budget kickoff meeting with all our city department heads and their budget teams. Then our departments provided estimated revenues from their departmental for their departmental programs. Our departments were then given their adjusted FY22-23 budgets, a 5-year history, and we were asked them to submit their anticipated needs for the next year. Our citywide revenues were compiled through estimates from our departments, from our trend analysis, from our consultants, our finance revenue staff, and also from the city manager's office. Finance determined costs for retirement contributions, our OPEB, and unfunded accrued liability to be allocated to each department. That's based on basically on headcounts, and our internal service costs for our IT services, our risk management, workers' compensation, our vehicle maintenance and operations, the vehicle replacements are all determined and included in the final department expenditures. So our resolution, budget process resolution, the budget team, so which consisted of finance department, HR, and city manager's office. We met with each department separately to review the initial submitted requests. And these meetings, departments had the opportunity to explain and justify and defend their requests. And then after more than 15 hours of meetings with departments, the budget team met several times to renew and consider requests that made initial determinations and regarding direction of the budget in conjunction with the city's priorities. After those initial determinations, the budget team provided updates to each department and provided a 2-day period for the departments to respond to the budget team's decisions and provide an appeals or feedback to the budget team. Following this appeal process, the budget team reviewed, and then we considered further adjustments to the FY23-24 budget. And after the initial publication of the budget primer, we received notice of the increase in CalPERS contribution approximating $600,000, which has been incorporated into the updates. So what's new this year, our citywide major information system service charges, we were charged directly to the Information Services Division Fund, and that's against the Technology Reserve Account. So this minimized the amounts that was being charged directly back to each department, having the effect of decreasing their overall departmental budget. Now, we also did requests for newly created positions that were handled outside of the budget process in order to make sure that all the HR-related functions were handled and completed prior to the position being added. And those approved positions are now included into this budget update. So since the budget primer, we had some adjustments made, some of that that were suggested at the primer by council and some other things. So we are included on our budget now. So we had the $250,000 that's included for implementation of the rental inventory program. We had another 250,000 added for a new rental assistance program, which is still under development. So $100,000 added to restore community grant program for local nonprofits. 35,000 to support First Night Monterey. 10,000 to support utility payments for citizens. That's the partner program for a similar program established by Monterey One Water. And then, of course, the 600,000 increase in the CalPERS payment. So what we come up with now is our proposed updated budget, the overview. This is updated. So we're starting with the general fund. Our general fund operating revenue was to 99.6 million. We add in transfers in of 678,000, gives us a total revenues in the general fund of 100,348,731. Going down to the second part, for general fund for the operating expenditures, we have operating expenditures of 97.8 million, transfers out of 3.7 million, which gives us total out in the general fund of 101,644,783. The combined special revenue funds, all our other funds, we have combined revenues of 104 million plus transfers in of 23 million, total 128 million. Those expenditures and those same other and special revenue funds of 74 million expenditures, 20 million transfers out, and the total of 95 million. So our revenue projections plus our one-time enhancements, general fund details, I tried to update this a little bit better so that it's a little clearer than last time. So we have our unassigned 630-23 fund, our carryover balance of about 3.3 million is what we're anticipating. And then we have projected revenues, which I just showed you in the last previous slide of a 100 million, gives us a total of 103,648,731. We are anticipating salary savings in FY24 at about 4%, which comes to about 2.8 million. So what we want to actually keep in mind that we are expecting, well, for unforeseen expenses that may come up, we want to leave 3.5 million that's like untouchable, so that just in case something comes up, that we have that available. So the amount that's available to appropriate after that is 103,010,865. So going back to our projected expenditures, which include the transfers out, it leaves us 101,644,783. So I just wanted to kind of point out that the revenues are money available to appropriate at 103 million versus the amount that we have projected going out at 101. So we're doing well. As compared to last year, we're doing well. Okay. So this slide you've seen plenty of times, our top 5 revenue generators for FY24. We've talked about this already. The TOT, our hotel tax, our revenues that we're planning is still about 30%. And this portion of the TOT is net of the 16% that NCIP allocations. So we also have our fees and charges that we have citywide. Our general fund is 19%. Our sales and use taxes total 16%. Property tax is about 15%. Our utility users tax is 5%. And as you see that these are still our top 5 account these top 5 accounts, they still account for about 85% of our general fund revenues. So we're always mindful of this. And I know that sometimes we're looking at what other revenue generating sources that we will have, but I'm sure we have one coming up in a couple of presentations tonight. So moving on to our TOT, how this is broken down. So we have projected revenues of 36 million as our gross. Our NCIP, which is the 16%, comes in at 5.7 million. And in that leaves our general fund with 84% of that 36, which is spendable, 30,240,000. Now, our MCCVB, as we pay them 6%, we have a contribution limit, a cap of 1.8 million. So after we subtract out that 1.8 from the 30 million, the available for appropriation from the TOT is 28,440,000. Just want to give an update on our general fund expenditures by department. We talked about earlier, both Nat and Hans both talked about our public safety. We have police and fire that make up about 52% of our expenditures. It is worthy to note that we do have fire contracts with the fire, so they also bring in revenue to offset some of those expenses. Parks and Recs is about 15%, Public Works 9%, Community Development makes up 7%. Our conference center staff is 5%, libraries 3%, and then our administrative departments, which is a combination of council, city manager's office, city attorney's office, HR, and finance combined make 9%. So new this year, we're adding our capital improvement projects. We're trying to look at show you where the sources of the CIP funds are coming from. So we have for general fund, we have $2 million. That's in our proposed CIP budget for the gas tax, 400,000 for Measure S and P, which is our largest, is 14.75 million. My understanding is when we actually initially set this up, we only anticipated bringing in about 10 million a year. So we are pretty much in really good space with the Measure S and what we're actually being able to bring in and the projects we're being able to fund with this. Our Measure X project is 1.6 million. Road maintenance and rehab, 700,000. Sewer fund, 400,000. Marina fund, 500,000. Parking fund, 1.1 million. Tidelands, 450,000. So we have combined to 21,900,000 for capital improvement projects. And this is separated by fund for this year. So for our special revenue funds, and this is just a few that are pretty much kind of our special ones that come up a lot. Our neighborhood improvement, we have revenues at 5.8. That is the portion that they get from the TOT along with any interest and revenue they would earn. The expenditures at 383,000 is our admin cost for them. The projects will be presented at a different time. We have our Measure X, PNS revenues 11.9 million coming in projected with 521,000 going out. Tidelands, here's our revenues, 4 million. We talked about that earlier tonight with expenditures of 3.6 million. Presidio, we're looking at 21 million in revenues, 15 million of expenses going out. And then our gas tax, 804,000, 2,000 of expenditures. And of course, all of these projects will come back to you. And so those expenditures will increase. Enterprise funds, we want to look at their sewer line maintenance fund. Our revenues 2.5 million, expenses 3.3 million. Cemetery fund, 330,000 in revenues, 522 in expenses. Marina fund 3.5 in revenues, expenses 2.8. And then our parking fund is projected at 11.6 million in revenues and expenses of 10.1 million. Moving on to our internal service funds, we have our equipment replacement fund revenues 2.3 million, expenses 1.2, vehicle maintenance fund 2.8, 2.896 for revenues, 2.899 for expenses, information services 4.7 million, 5.8 in expenses, workers' comp 4.1 coming in, 4.1 going out. Our liability and property insurance 4.6 revenues coming in, 4.5 going out in expenses. And then our employee benefits, they mirror each other at 11.19 million. Moving on to our increasing cost. Our payroll, salaries, and other allowances, of course, employee expenses are the city's largest expenses as in any organization. So in FY 23-24, the city is estimating more than $56 million in salaries. And this does not include and salaries and other allowances, not including the benefits. Our prior budgets and actuals clearly show that the reduction in staff due to the pandemic and the slow, steady growth in positions that along with the 4% increase in COLA that was negotiated for most of the bargaining groups, but also the effects of any vacancies that we have. Our CalPERS, employer as well as the employee PEPRA contributions are expected to rise in FY 23-24. We've have received notice from CalPERS. The size of the workforce, the longevity of staff and requirements of the state and federal level, all of those things impact the costs that are associated with CalPERS. Our unfunded actuarial accrued liability, the balance as of June 30, 2021 was in excess of 130 million. We get these reports every 2 years that are updated. So we are looking for an updated report from actuarial report probably by the end of the summer for this. The annual payments have been increasing. The rate is more than $1 million per year for the last 5 fiscal years. In FY 23 and 24, the preliminary amount reported by PERS projects a slight decrease in the payments. However, it's important to note that the effect of the returns on the market for the last fiscal year also are expected to have an upcoming negative impact. And then we move on to OPEB, or other post-employee benefits. We're funded unfunded as of June 30, 2021 by $8 million. During FY 2021, the city, we opted to forego the OPEB contribution that year because of COVID pandemic. So we didn't make a contribution for that year. If you can see the huge dip in the chart for 2021, our annual contributions for OPEB average about 1.3 million. And then for FY 23-24, we're expecting that 1.3 to increase. So it's about 1.4 million. The increase is about 276,000 from this year. And then our general liability insurance premiums we talked about before. Our liability and property insurance costs, they've grown considerably over the last several fiscal years. The key factors determining price is the annual payroll cost. So as our payroll cost goes up, our liability insurance cost premiums will also go up. And then as of right now, the insurance market is deteriorated significantly over this stretch as their settlements and awards have increased due to the combination of factors like a lack of tort caps, specialist plaintiff attorneys, and a change in jury profiles. So those things are contributing, and it's not just in our city or not just with our JPAs, it's pretty much nationwide that insurance costs are going up everywhere. Our workers' compensation insurance premiums, they are slightly up, and workers' compensation, those prices continue to go up, and they're based on our claim history, the size of the city, staffing levels. That also impacts the cost of workers' comp also. And then moving on to our information services division, our support costs. As the city continues, we increase the IT infrastructure, so that support cost for the city has increased dramatically also. The 23-24 anticipates approximately 1.1 million in IT support services. And then that funding will come from the ISD fund balance, along with some of the reserves we already put aside for technology reserves. We talked about this before too. Our merchant service fees are going up. The rate is nearly $100,000, and we are putting together a plan. We are looking into reducing fees. We're lowering the credit amount that's accepted, passing the fees on to the end users, and also the acceptance of EFT payments, all things to halt our increase in what we're paying for merchant service fees. Our fuel costs had rising fuel costs. They remain kind of significant concern for the city since the end of 2021. The costs have continued to grow. 2023, we're looking for some kind of relief, and the prices are expected to remain kind of volatile through 23 into 24, but we're looking at a slight reduction. Our utility costs, as you can see, that our utility costs are just pretty much still going up. Electricity, natural gas, water, wastewater, they all are still going up. That has not changed. And so some of our contributions to our one-time savings, we talked about why we had such an increase of expected carryover fund balance this year. So some of the things that we had, the salary savings from the vacancies, we had on underspending in operations, maintaining our core, increasing revenues, and then some of the unspent encumbered funds that we have. So these things are contributed to the one-time savings that we seem to have continuous. So we talked about our last thing, our reserve allocation. So these are the dollar amounts just restated using our one-time savings for 23-24. We have the 2.2 million for the economic uncertainty fund. This is what takes us up to 20%. We have 2 million that's set aside for the pension reserve, 750,000 for the conference center facility, 750,000 for the sports center, 500,000 for technology, 250,000 for the city facilities, 250,000 for the public safety, 250,000 for the library, and then 250,000 for the rental registry. These are all the general fund reserve allocations. Just to give you a kind of what we're looking at. So the established dates for economic uncertainty was established in mid-80s, 1989, actually. We start our fiscal year 23 ending balance. We're looking at 17.3 million to end of June 30. Our contribution to make it 20%, 2.2 million. So at June 2024, we're looking at have 19.5 million in that account. For the pension reserve, 4 million increase, contribution of 2 million, 6 million in pension reserves. Sports center, start off with 1.8, add an additional 750, 2.6 is where we're looking at ending up, and so on. And I'll go down to the ones that we are just starting. So public safety to start in July. Of course, there's no balance there because we're just now establishing. So we're looking at adding 250,000 each for the public safety, library, and rental registry. So of course, we'll end at June 30 and 2024, 250,000 each of those accounts. So these second two accounts of special revenue funds, again, you've heard about these tonight already. The Tidelands for sea level rise currently has a $250,000 budget. We're adding an additional 250, ending that out with 500,000. Parking garage reserve, again, it's a new one, and that'll end up with 250 as well. So I know Councilmember asked about including debt service schedules into our budget book. So we wanted to bring some of those numbers to you so you just have an idea. These numbers are always included in our audited our ACFR. So during the budget, we're going to actually bring them to you and put them in a budget book so they're in one place where you can actually see. So starting with several, these are all our external loans, the money that we paid out to other. So the first loan description is our 2010 Cal Energy Commission paid from the general fund. Our 23-24 payment is 33,000. Our year-end balance will take us to 32,000 at the end of 2024. Our 2013 refunding, which is for our sports center, is paid out of our debt service fund. Our 23-24 payment is 542,000, and our ending balance will be 3.6 million. The 2017 PG&E financing loan paid out of the general fund, 9,700, 33,000 will be the ending balance. Our Bank of America fire truck loan number 1 is paid out of the equipment replacement fund. 77,000 is our payment for 23-24. 450,000 would be the ending balance. The Bank of America fire truck loan 2, this is for our tiller, the new truck. Again, paid out of our equipment replacement fund. 305,000 is our payment for next year. That will leave the balance owed at 1.5 million by the end of next year. Conference center facilities, 3.8 million is their payment. 34 million will be what's left. This is paid from the Conference Center Facilities District. We have our State of California Small Craft Harbor loans paid out of Marina Fund. 324,000, 311,000 will be the balance. Our state water resources, number 110 and 120 respectively paid out of the sewer line maintenance fund, 215,000 for 110, 670,000 for 120. So the first one has an ending balance, so we'll have ending balance of 8 million, the second one, 2.2 million. And lastly, on this sheet are US Bancorp loan for the Pierce fire apparatus. We have a payment of 36,000 for 2024 and leaving us a year-end balance of 35,000. So our external loans, debt service, year-end payments will be $6 million for the year, and then our ending balance for these external loans of 50 million. So a debt service schedule for internal funds, internal fund loans. We have starting with the fire engine, payment from the general fund to the equipment replacement fund. The loan amount is 57,000. Principal and interest for 23-24 is 11,000. As you can see, the year-end balance will be 0, so this will be the last payment for this year. A fire truck debt service from general fund to the equipment replacement. The loan amount was 356,000. The payment for 23-24 is 17,000. At that end, it will be 54,000 will be the balance. Our radio loan and interest from general fund to Thailand's, the loan amount was 829,000. Our payment and interest is 152,000. After this year, the balance will be 16,000. Monterey Hotel advance from the housing fund to the general fund, loan amount 100,000. Our principal and interest payment would be 20,000 next year. After that payment, you see that the balance will be 0. That loan will be paid off. This 1977.89 cash advances and interest from the parking fund to the general fund. The loan amount was 20.6 million. The payment 1.2 million this year. After this, the ending balance will be 812,000. And then we have a settlement loan interest from our liability or property insurance fund to the Thailands. The loan amount was 2 million. The payment is 230,000 next year, and then a year-end balance will be 1 million. So the loan amounts for interfund borrowing, 23 million. Payment and interest 1.6, and then the ending balance will be 1.8. And then estimated fund balance, we just named just a few of these. So our NCIP, we're looking at our ending fund, estimated ending balance to be 6.8 million. Estimated revenues, we've seen earlier to be 5.8, expenditures 383, with no transfers in and out, estimated balance at the end, 12 million. Our measure PNS, starting with the estimated fund balance of beginning 21 million, 0.5, 11.9 million in revenues coming in, 14.75 transfers out. Those are for projects going out, leaving 18.7 million in the fund. Thailand's, we starting with a balance of 3.4 million. Revenues coming in at 4 million, expenditures 3.6, transfers out at 694,000. So we're looking at in the balance of 3.1 million. Gas tax, 2.2 million in gas tax, beginning balance, estimated revenue 804,000, 20,000 going out, transfers out 406, 2.6 million, and it's the estimated ending balance. I'll skip down to the parking. We're looking at parking starting at 22 million fund balance estimated, with revenues coming in at 11.6, expenditures going out 10.1, transfers in 235,000, transfers out 1.3 million, leaving an estimated ending fund balance of 22.45. And these are just a few of the estimated fund balance. In the package, you will see all of the fund balances, the projected are actually in there for each fund in Exhibit 1. It's not working. Can you? Okay. So our 5-year projections, we're almost there. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what we're looking at for our 5-year projections. So for 22-23, we're looking at ending our year with a deficit of 4.6 million. Again, we do have, we have savings, the one-time savings that will cover that. So if we start with 23, 24, we're looking at revenues of 99 million, 97 million worth of expenditures. So $1.7 million of revenue over expenditures. Our net transfers in is an additional 3 million out. So we have a net deficit of 1.2. What I want to point out in this slide is that the bottom line with the operating surplus deficit, that we're watching that deficit is going down every year. So even after, that's a good sign that our revenues are starting and expenses are starting to level out. And then as we're paying down the debt service in between with the interfund borrowing, all those things are actually contributing to us having a complete balanced budget for our projections moving forward. And so our recommendation is that council approve the proposed 23-24 budget as presented. There is one area we want to make an adjustment for. We just realized just right before we started that there is, when the 4% COLAs were being updated in the salary schedule, there was one that was skipped. So we found that out and we want to make that adjustment now. So this would be just an adjustment to the salary schedule, the full-time salary schedule. So this is our recommendation. And with that, I can pass it back over to Hans.
Yeah, thank you very much. When you look at the 5-year projection, keep in mind that we carry about 55 full-time positions fully budgeted that you see in expenses. And those positions, like I stated before, are not being filled right now for a variety of reasons, even though we are recruiting. So we are carrying still this kind of vacancy rate with us, and that of course will end up the budget, if all things staying equal, not at the projected deficit, because there you have the what we call unassigned balance at the end of the year, because you have significant salary savings. The budget that we presented to you is a budget that has flexibility that I think is reflective of the current intentions of the council. It contains some of the elements that the council wanted to bring back. We flew over one element, and I want to give credit to the MCCVB. We had a sales manager position in the conference center, one of the positions that the incumbent also declined to come back to. And together with Rob O'Keefe and his team, our team, negotiated that they are now paying for the sales manager. So the MCCVB, out of their revenues, will basically fund the sales manager, who will be sitting inside the conference center. So it will be not a position somewhere in the MCCVB mansion where they reside, but it will be in the sitting in the conference center, selling the conference center very successfully, we hope. We put in there funding back for the community grant program. We need to develop this grant program again. That's $100,000 for community groups that will apply for those funding, and then groups like Women's March or Jacob's Heart, also festivals like Festival Italia or other festivals can apply then for those community grants. And there are some requisites that we require them to do. And then the council is reinstating this, hopefully, if you approve it, this program as well. That was one of the wishes also expressed at the dais the other day. My recommendation remains that we cautiously walk forward. We are restoring services where we think it's necessary. As I told you last year, we will come back to you whenever we cross a certain point and we need additional positions. We have done this last year numerous times. When you were asked by us to restore positions, we always gave you the math behind it and why we needed it, and council agreed to that. That will be the same as we are moving forward into different directions with our departments. Many of our services that we are offering in certain facilities, Mr. Turner spoke about the library, for instance, are actually used by a majority of non-residents. So when you look at library services, for instance, and you look at the user profile there, you will see that over 50% of the users for the Monterey Library are non-Monterey residents and are frequenting and using our services there. Similar also when you look at the sports center, where we charge different membership fees for residents and non-residents, a great deal of users also have to come from outside of Monterey. So a great deal of the services, a great deal of the support that the General Fund is infusing into larger organizations or larger programs. One other one comes to mind, Camp Kinsabe, I believe is 20% locals. Is that correct? What is the number, Shannon? Yeah, so let's say 50% is local and 50% is non-local. Again, that's also programs that again we are offering, and we are a larger provider for a lot of those services for non-residents. So, and that's totally okay with us. But of course, at the end of the day, we have to ensure that as we move and restore and come back, it needs to be affordable. I think another key element that we are bringing back is that we heard the sentiments also about Kona. What our Parks and Recreation Director has proposed there was on one of those slides, basically creating certain events, certain experiences where people come back into the center and drop off their kids, and the parents go out, and then at night we return the kids, hopefully in the same condition that they were dropped off. And but the parents, with that, we hope also those type of programming provides value for those families. And then of course we also hope that they will be using other programs that we are offering there. We will not create competition among ourselves. What I mean by that is we can only fill up programs in the community centers when we know that there is sufficient demand. Let me explain it in the following way. If we have programs at Hilltop Park and at the youth center booked at 100% each, and we don't have the need to book that program at Kona, and we cannot achieve there the right balance point, it doesn't make sense to open the same program at Kona, hire 2 additional teachers, and then bring the other programs down to a 65-70% level. So we have to look at those numbers, but we hope, of course, that the outreach that we are doing and the interest that we are raising will allow us to again have those programs back. One interesting number also that I ask Nat to recite, because he always tells me that number is what is the number of community centers per resident as a benchmark recommendation. And I just throw this in right now just to show you the kind of service levels that we have. It's so easy to get used that we have 4 community centers, or at one time 5, and we always think that's really what we have to have. But if you look at really national benchmarks and what you see other cities around us have, it's quite eye-opening. And I just want to throw Nat that ball and ask him to give me that number.
Sure. Yeah, the National Recreation and Park, I knew you were going to ask this question. So National Recreation and Park Association, NRPA, for a city of a population of 20,000 to 50,000 people, so we fall, of course, with 30,000 within that range. The median number of residents per facility is 26,280, which makes sense. I was sharing with a colleague earlier, I grew up in Fremont where with 250,000 people had maybe 5 community centers. We're a population of 30,000 and we have 5, or 4. And of course, a recreation center like a sports center is another one as well. That has, which is about right, 25,716, one recreation center for every 25,000 people. So those are some ratios, and we're happy to share more information about it's called the NRPA, National Recreation and Park Association Performance Review, and our park and rec professionals belong to this association.
Yeah. So in other words, while we are going back and or going forward again in opening facilities, restoring programs, we need to keep a balance between all the other wishes that our society has for us. And last item for Councilor Mahafa, I know Rafaela will not correct me, which is we do not have cannabis revenues calculated in yet, correct? We have not done this yet. So there's like $50 million probably.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
That's
And-
what I was gonna say. We'll see.
Thank you so much. This was longer than you probably expected it, but we went through a lot of slides and we wanted to answer a lot of questions that you had raised over the past couple of weeks and months. And with that, I hand it back to the mayor. And what do they say in the Navy? Subject to your questions, right?
That's right.
Good. There you go.
Who wants to start us off? Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, first of all, great presentation. A lot of really interesting data information we haven't necessarily seen in the past. I appreciate it. As you were kind of showing the last slide, the 5-year projections, it struck me where we were back in 2019, 2020, and we were looking at outlying years of $2 million, $4 million, $6 million deficits. And so, I think really where we're at is core. We've achieved a lot of the fiscal objectives of core, and I think that 5-year projection is part of that. We didn't see at least I didn't see it, kind of how Measure Y fits into that. I think we were estimating about a $5 million a year revenue from Measure Y. That was the hotel tax going from 10 to 12%. But I got to assume that's a big part of kind of seeing the curve in the 5-year projection deficits.
It probably is anywhere between $3 to $6 million now that we are getting through Measure Y, which is a 2% increase from 10 to 12% of TOT that the voters approved in November 2020.
The other thing that kind of stood out to me, Raphael, was when you're showing kind of the fund balances for our debts, like various debt centers, for lack of a better word. The fact that the conference center debt is now down to, if I'm understanding correctly, 34.6 million. So that was originally about 60 million, 55. So that's pretty good to see. Do we have any estimates on when, and I didn't realize we still had outstanding money we owed on the sports center, which looked like 3.6. Do we have any estimates of like when we will finally relieve the debt for both the conference center and the sports center? 9 years. Okay.
You have the conference center number?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but we do have schedules that show the exact date, so we
Yeah.
can get that.
Okay. I mean, it
So
seems like
we-
we've only been paying like 5 years, I think.
No,
now.
we started paying, I believe, 2015,
Oh, that's right. we did.
2016.
Okay.
But Councilmember Hoffer, it looks like we are on trajectory to pay this off by 2034, 2035.
Okay.
Again, that's a rough estimate and recollection of my memory when I heard the numbers the last time. What you also need to acknowledge or recognize then in 2020, because there was no hotel tax, we just paid the interest. We didn't do any principal. And I think the first payment also in 2021. There are two payments. I think one is in July, one is in December, was also just interest. But then in December already in 21, we had already people returning, leisure travel was coming back. We were able to again pay on the principal, but there is a full year 2020 where we just were able to pay interest.
Well, whichever council member asked to see that, that was really interesting. Thank you. On the various kind of fund balances like the NCIP and Measure S and P, one of the things that stood out to me there was we're not spending the money fast enough, at least as I'm understanding it. So can someone speak to that? Like, how do we move forward projects, I guess, capital projects, you know, under NCIP as well as the streets? Because I think it was something like, I want to say 16 million there. There's something in the Measure S and was it 20? Yeah, it was almost double.
NCIP?
No, the
Measure P,
streets.
Measure PS was like 14 something.
Yeah, so that, I guess I'm just wondering, what can we do to expedite and move those projects a little faster?
I will ask Andrea to respond to that. So you can explain it. It's a mix of interesting reasons.
That's actually part of my CIP presentation. So did you want to wait or do you want me to answer?
We can wait.
Answer it right now.
We can wait. I want to know, but we can wait.
Okay, he can wait, or he wants to know now. Councilman Hopper, you want to know now?
That's fine.
You can just reference it later.
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
And then
Tension is building.
the sports center, it's great. We're bringing back you know, the pre-pandemic hours. I do hope we look at other models for the kids zones. So I saw that we're looking at different models for the you know, the cafe, and I do hope you'll be bringing something back sometime for, you know, a model that will work for the kids zones. And then I've got comments, but no other questions. So thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to. Could go to, okay. Who wants to, Councilmember Barber?
Yes, first, thank you, all of you who gave the presentation. That was awesome. It was very, you know, robust, and you can tell you took a lot of time to get all this information to us, and it was very important. So thank you for that. So I just had a couple questions. I know we're looking at streamlining approach, and of course with the post-pandemic and having new approaches and very innovative ways of doing business these days. I was wondering about the vacant positions that were eliminated. What will happen to them? Because I know you have 20 positions that are still, that were laid off, that you are looking to bring back when the need and the cost come together. But I'm just wondering about the vacant positions that were eliminated, because we're doing a streamlined approach and we're doing a post-pandemic look. What will happen to those vacant positions?
It depends on the position. I'll try my best to answer. The number of positions are a combination of both full-time and regular part-time. Of the 8 full-time positions, some of these are in one case a recreation coordinator. In some cases, it's we have a special event coordinator, and in some cases we've restructured the position. Medical records assistant is one where it's a position that we used to have to manage the physical therapy program, which lost $180,000 a year in revenue. And one of what we're looking at is there a physical therapy provider that wants to rent space within the sports center as an option, rather than us running the program at a massive loss. And so for some positions, we may not bring them back. For others, depending on where it falls within the organization and whether there's that need and the cost that we discussed earlier, it may come back. But of those positions that were occupied and remained in that position, there's again only 8 who have not been brought back, and many of those folks we know have moved on. They're no longer living in the state; they're elsewhere.
Right. And so those were the ones that you had laid off, but I wasn't really asking about the ones laid off. I was inquiring about the vacant ones because if I understood correctly, maybe I did.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah. Of the vacant ones, we have a number of, from that pie chart, there were a number of vacant positions.
Eliminated, not the laid off. So I was just
Yeah.
curious as to what was happening with those.
Yeah, and so we brought those positions also back in certain areas. So for instance, just from my memory, last year we restored all the custodial positions that were laid off. I think last year we had 5 custodial positions that we brought back that were not backfilled as part of the layoff procedure. So we brought those positions back. We brought back positions in parks. We filled back the 1 position or 2 positions actually in urban forestry as well. So yes, part of the unfilled positions that we eliminated, they were also restored in certain areas, especially in blue collar last year. The emphasis was mainly on blue collar restoration because again, the assets, the infrastructure was not eliminated. It was still there. So we brought people back in parks. I don't think we brought people back in streets. I don't recall that right now, but we brought them back in custodial, urban forestry, and some other positions.
Okay. All right. So some of them are coming, some of those have been brought back already from the vacant ones that were eliminated. Okay. And then I liked when you were talking about the after school and summer, I think Nat, you had brought this up about, I think it was you that brought it up dealing with the collaboration with the MPUSD with the school. I think that's smart because they're going to have summer, but it wasn't that, right? They brought it up, I
That's
think.
right.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. They're gonna have summer programming and they're gonna have after school programming. That's just part of the structure. So I think in collaborating, then that way we make it more profitable for the city as opposed to trying to be able to have that gap because that's going to happen because of how the structure is. So I thought that was a good idea. The newly created positions were decided on how it went fast and I was trying to write it down. The newly created positions were decided on how?
The recommended.
The recommended positions, the 4 new,
The new ones.
the new ones, that was based on, we looked at the demand for services and areas of priority for the city council. So the one homeless navigator position, one was, I can go back to the list here. The human, the
HD coordinator is an additional
Programs and
position that we realized.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
So the HCD coordinator is another housing
that's okay.
position
Yeah,
as a new position that
Yeah.
we bring back. The homeless navigator was another one.
and then the environmental regulations analyst as well.
The environmental regulation analyst again in public works based on need of compliance.
okay.
And it was also HR.
HR specialist.
HR specialist, right, okay. And so also under enterprise fund, there was a sewer line maintenance. There was a deficit there in that line. So how is that gap being addressed?
Some of our enterprise funds are upside down. Some of them are not. So we are actually looking at, and for that gap, I don't believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember if that was the, just showing you what the revenues and expenses were that year that didn't have a starting and ending number. So sometimes we already have, the beginning fund balance has enough carryover that's still sitting there. So it can absorb what any deficit for the current year.
Okay, so the carryover helps right now, but sustainably, are we looking at it in a sustainable way as well, not just the carryover, since that's not really sustainable?
My goal is always to point out those things so that we can actually, whenever we're not looking at it, because sometimes we're just going on with day to day. So my goal is always to put that out there, the information, so that it brings attention to it. So once we do that, we expect that those changes will be made.
Okay, I think that's it.
Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, nice presentation and thank you for those added slides and clarifications on some of the fund balances and especially the enterprise funds. I wanted to go in, drill a little bit deeper into a list when we were looking at the accounts, the funds, and I was looking at page 508 and under, well, that was the category, but, or that was the page, but the category was Fund 291, and it's labeled Public Safety Training, SVS Services, I imagine. But it was below the fire department. I could not find a category for training for police. So is that a subcategory or is that wrapped into administration for police?
That's spread out over the various accounts for police, patrol, administration, and then in there is the 42.9 account, or what is training 42? What's what? So it's spread out in the accounts then
Throughout the
each
different
one.
divisions.
And the training is 42.09. Come on, guys, you need to know it, not me. 42.22.
Okay, good.
Exactly what I wanted to say.
Yeah, great. Sounds like the same number we used to have. So
Exactly.
I just wanted to identify that because I know the police training has revenue that sometimes comes back from post. That goes to the general fund, correct? Okay. And so the standalone for public safety for fire training is 143,000. That's what I could pull out of that. So that was one question. Thank you. Of where the PD training goes. Under also the expenditures under 952 and 961, we have Monterey County Tourism Improvement, which was 0, and Golden 55 Travelers Fund, which was 0, but it looked like they were 0 all the way back to like 2019. So I'm just wondering what those are. Is that a cleanup that we need to figure out?
No.
Or is it still active programs?
I think the Golden State Travelers Fund is what we are using to collect seniors at the Schulze Center, and then we bought a bus with them, and they are going to San Francisco shopping spree or Chachansi
Cool.
casino, and
I'm in excess of 55, so I qualify.
and 50% of the winnings have to be delivered at the end now. But that's a program that we are reinstating this year that we didn't have, and then that's another of those restoring of services, and it has been very successful. And we do like 6 to 10 trips a year. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
You should come to the mic, just so that folks.
That's Shannon Leon, our recreation manager, and Shannon has brought this program into the budget actually this year.
Yeah, sorry about that. So the program is self-supporting because the revenue from the ticket sales and the buses are covered, but it's still very affordable because it's spread out across 47 seniors on one bus. But then that helps us cover our salary costs.
Okay, great.
And
And
our
that's good because
cost for tickets.
we did have some letters from some concerned folks from Schulte that are looking for activities to come. So it's good that we're
Yeah,
moving forward to maybe restore some of them.
we're looking to bring the most popular ones, which are like San Francisco shopping for Christmas and things like that.
Okay, that
To
sounds
start
great.
slowly.
The Vets Park campgrounds, I couldn't find it in, what's the category we listed in? Under parks, okay.
Karen, can you say it?
We just need to give you guys a mic.
And the question was, is that something that will eventually go into the enterprise fund? Or do you have some other idea for where that's going to sit?
I don't think we've discussed exactly where that's going to live, but we are starting to break that out and look to get a more clear picture of what it costs to run that campground.
Okay.
So we have been working towards that. I think we have established where we know all because right now, the people who run that facility are in park operations, and we've broken that out for this next fiscal year. And we're trying to start breaking out operations and internal service charges, as well as the cabin, like we get rental income for the cabin and things like that. So we are working to have a more transparent picture where it's a standalone account and we have a better understanding about those expenses and revenue.
Great. That's a perfect answer for my other question that you covered there. Thank you. Almost done. The new summary list, thank you. That was very helpful. We're going to talk about CIP soon. I'll leave that one on the table. The NCIP, the labeling in the category said NIP. So I think it probably should be aligned with NCIP just for continuity's sake, since it was changed and we went through a lot of steps to include that. So it probably should be relabeled to be accurately in CIP. And that shows this year revenue is 5,862,000. And I know we'll learn more about that because that process just completed earlier this week. That was all the questions I had.
Beautiful. I have a few questions. It's on. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Because I skipped it. Okay, yes. Okay. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Rafaela, for the information. I have a few questions, starting off with the 5-year forecast. It's packet page 491. I noticed looking at the revenue over under expenditure line, specifically for fiscal year 2025, it looks like it's under. I'm curious if there's something that triggered that figure being under, or if it's just part of the equation there.
Packet page 491. I only printed out the exhibit. So the transfer out is increased in that year. So for the ISD, we have $1 million being transferred out, which looks like it's a little different from the 25-26, which is only 500,000. Is that the one you're talking? Did I miss?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I mean, nothing, like not a significant event there to have put that figure under for that specific fiscal year.
No, I think the biggest thing that you look at will show the biggest difference is the year before the transfer out for capital improvement. We have 2 million that is we're actually put out for capital improvement, and we're just projecting 500,000 moving forward. Of course, those numbers will change based on what's needed each year. So we just put a plug figure in there at 500,000 because we're sure that that's the minimum that'll be going out.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Let me find my next question here. And this is packet page for my next question, 507. Looking at funds 5121 through 5125.
Gino, I'm sorry, packet page number?
Sorry, 507. Sorry, I think I said something else. 507. So looking at funds 5121 through 5125, talking about rec centers. Specifically looking at 5125 for a moment. Am I seeing correctly that the proposed budget for 5125 for 23-24 is 61,946?
That's correct.
So that means that we're moving it, or we're increasing it up from 30, sorry, from 35,187 or from 43,671?
From 43.
From 43, okay.
So if I could just point out these divisions, a lot of the, last year, we did a lot of breaking down the recreation. So like some of those, you'll see that there's a huge number in prior year history or there's nothing. And then those numbers kind of taper down so that we can come to where, like Karen was talking earlier, so we're streamlining where is our revenue sources coming from, and which particular divisions or which particular programs are actually making money, where's the money coming from. So we broke down a lot of those into separate ones. So that's why you'll see 1 year was 400,000 and now it's, you know, projected at 60,000 next year. So it's still an increase from this fiscal year going up, but that's what that is.
Right, yeah, and that's what I thought I had read, but and going back to some points that have been brought up in terms of reopening Casanova Park Center and the various programs that could potentially take place there. If I'm reading this correctly, through the pandemic, through the time that the center has been closed, the budget has been around 35, 40,000 just to basically keep the lights on, is what I've understood. So going up to 61,000 to start implementing programming, that to me seems a little bit low. Again, thinking about what kind of programs we could be having there, and also knowing that in the past, that center was pretty vibrant. It was busy, had lots of kids. I live right down the street and always saw it full. Of course, you know, I wasn't there every day and at every hour, but I just wanted to raise this point that it kind of feels like, given the town hall that we had there recently and the community engagement that's been happening, that it seems like there is interest not only for families, not only for children, right, but also adults who could potentially participate in programming there. Now that this is going beyond the numbers, but I think it's important to raise this, and also considering that we're looking at the other rec centers here, 51, 21, 22, 23, 24, that have received significant increases in their budget as well. And that's great. And you know, I think we need to support the enhancement and the increase in programming for all our families from the city and even outside. But you know, I think there's also something to be said here about increasing programming in that part of town in District 4, given that the other 3, 4 rec centers are basically minutes from each other down the street. So just wanted to bring that up, and thank you for confirming the numbers, Rafaela. And just to kind of I guess wrap it up with this item also, in terms of the I'm looking at packet page 531. In terms of the staffing, I don't see any staffing allocated on this exhibit A for Casanova Park.
There's none. So you don't see any full-time staffing allocated to that park center right now, because again, we will create the demand, and then when the demand is there, then we'll create the appropriate positions. But we have allocated another element of, it was not the number you wanted, but it was a little less of how much part-time for that. Yeah, so we allocated $15,000 in addition for part-time funds to cover that. Now the instructors or whatever the programming is are paid extra because that is not part of that. So that they come out of the program revenue for a degree. But you will see a difference between today and what you saw in the previous years when the Casanova Oaknall Center was staffed with a full-time person and I believe a 30-hour RPT. And that these are the costs that you don't see right now. So we'll bring those people back when there's demand. We cannot bring people back sitting there doing nothing if there are no programs. So we will create the programs and then we'll bring the staffing back as well if it's necessary.
So maybe that's where my gap of understanding is. I mean, how will you know what the demand is if there's nobody staffed to that site?
By program offering. So we will say, here's a program, please sign up for it. And if people sign up for that, we see there's the demand. The demand can only come through programming. The demand is not by just having a person opening and closing the doors. We need to have programs for that. And so when we offer programs, and the Parks and Rec director has actually a pretty interesting plan and how to create those kind of experiences, then we hope that we have sufficient signups for that. And again, I alluded to that earlier where I said it really doesn't make financial sense to deplete the other programs that we have at Hilltop and the youth center that are filled at 100%, and then run 3 programs with 6 instructors that are similar at a 60% capacity. That really is something, of course, the council can say we want to subsidize it that way. But fiscally, I think is maybe something we cannot afford.
Yeah, and I don't think the conversation is really about pulling resources from one place to put them in another. I mean, I think there's something to be said here about the equal distribution of those resources, right? So that's where I'm trying to get at. But I'll wrap it up with my questions on that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, how are we looking, how do we see the economy, how are we forecasting the economy's success, I guess, in our projections? So are we assuming that we'll continue to expect growth? Are we expecting a recession? What does that look like in regards to our projections of our budget? Are we being conservative? Are we being optimistic? What does that look like?
In some areas, okay, so I am the conservative queen, and so they beat me out of that most of the time, but we're being realistic. So we are really taking the advice of our consultants, of our HDL, of MCCVB. We're taking the looks of our experts into those areas and seeing what actually makes sense. We're also looking at economy. I'm also looking at what's going on with the state's deficit and how that could possibly affect us. So those things we are actually very much looking into. So projecting, we're looking at, there's some areas where we looked at with TOT and we say, well, wait a minute, there's the rainy season coming up again, and that may affect us. So let's kind of pull back a little bit, be just a little bit conservative because we don't know what that's going to look like. So we are being cautiously realistic. So it's modest growth, honestly. But that's pretty much it. We're looking at what we really expect the economy to do.
To add a few more items to that, leisure travel is pretty much where we expect it to be. Group sales has to increase, so we are thinking that the group sales business is going slightly higher. Sales tax will flatten out. People have spent all the money they got. Pent-up demand is still a little bit there, but not at the same amount that we saw over the past 2 years. Car prices, used car prices, we make money out of that as well, are still high. but they are coming down now. Gas prices have come down, so there's also less in sales tax for us. Restaurant growth is expected to remain flat. So again, we in year 21, most of the wharf restaurants wrote record profits or record revenues, not profits, revenues, because the cost of selling food is also more expensive. So, and the other part that Rob will probably affirm as well, the drive market may not be as strong anymore as people now are going back to the airplanes and fly out on vacation. So we expect that to happen as well. Monterey will still be the city that we expect to have the strongest sales tax increase in the county when compared to other cities, but everything has kind of will be flattening out now. So the growth that you saw over the past 3 years will not happen. With respect to the average daily rate, the hotel rate that the hotel charge, I think we still will have, and Rob can also correct me there if he dares to speak, will be still strong. We will still have a good average daily hotel rate. Occupancy may still be lacking behind. Again, group sales will be still increased. Leisure is where it should be.
Okay, thank you both for that. Did you want to, actually, this is a question. Could we have the folks that are on the finance team that are here introduce themselves? I think it would just be helpful for a matter of perspective, and I appreciate you all sitting through here. I see there's been a couple of times where they're like anxiously wanting to jump up and like help out, which I love seeing. But could each of you just come up and say who you are and what your role is within the finance department? I think it's helpful for the public and for the council just to get to know you all a little bit.
I think it's just me.
Oh, is it just you? Okay, there's a couple other folks. Okay, all right. The man of the hour here. Okay.
My name is Kyle Olson. I'm the finance analyst. I work very closely with Rafaela. I've been with the city now for about 6-7 months. Came on in December.
Awesome. All right. Well, half welcome, I guess. Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Can I just say Kyle is being modest. Kyle, when I hired him, I told him he was going to be my best friend and he's going to sit on my right hip, and he has been doing just that.
I love it.
He has been a joy during this budget process. He absolutely, if I say, this is what I'm thinking, this is what we want. He gets right in there. He's just gung ho, and it has been a blessing, really. Awesome. And if I'm saying something, well, not quite, this is what I'm thinking. Let's go back and check. And so we kind of sync, and it works. So I just wanted to give him his kudos and shout out while he's standing here.
Well deserved, and I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you for it. One of the other questions I had was just in regards to NCIP. I think Councilmember Smith might have brought this up earlier. We're seeing what we saw before the pandemic starting to happen again with the NCIP, which is we're having the NCIP allocate projects and then they're just racking up. And that can't happen. So I'm wondering, and I get there's a lot of issues, particularly with our, engineers and recruiting that. But if I may just allude to the conversation earlier about the vehicle fund, there's funds sitting there and there's nothing happening with them. So I'm just wondering, what does the pathway forward look like for that? I guess part of it, and I was going to get to this later in my comments, but do we need to find a way of increasing what we're offering or creating some kind of additional incentive beyond what we're already doing for those engineering positions so that we can help get those filled? What is it? What do we need to do? Because we can't continue to allow the funds to sit there and do nothing. And then we hear from the NCIP committee and our neighborhood associations that they're spending all this time approving projects for what? If we're not executing them. So it's a little bit of a question. I'm not sure if there's any thoughts there. And if there's not, I can move on.
That's the question we try to solve for as long as I'm working for the city of Monterey, starting in public works 26 years. We tried different approaches with outsourcing, bundling projects, using engineering companies, etc. The devil is in the detail. If you have 48 projects for $6 million or whatever the number is right now, and you have to solicit neighborhood consent for every single project, every adjacent property owner, that is a cumbersome process. We are working and trying to figure out a solution, and if anyone knows it, let us know. We are absolutely receptive to that, but it is a very good program. But they are kicking out every year 48, 35 to let's say 48 projects, because also there is no scarcity in funding. Hey, if you get every year $5 million, $6 million, you can kick out projects. If we have $2 million, as Andrea will show you that, and you have competing priorities in infrastructure maintenance needs, it's a little easier to find those projects that we have to do with the general fund money for our CIP. So you have to balance there the needs of the neighborhoods with their projects, but also the support of the neighborhoods and helping us out in various areas. Now, I say that as a very sobering statement. The backlog of NCIP saved our bacon in 2020. Because there were $10 million sitting around that haven't been touched, and we asked and got the $10 million from the NCIP. So I'm not saying this is our secret reserve account for the next pandemic, but that was very useful at that time. And we should always be grateful that the NCIP did this. And remember, we only set NCIP out 1 year. And then in fiscal year 21-22, NCIP was funded again with whatever we had at the time, $3 million or $3.5 million. So we try to figure out. I just spoke with Andrea again last week. What do we need to do? Measure PS. The question that Councilman Mahafa is something that we don't like. We don't like to have sitting money around and not doing it. And then my pet project is Hawthorne. It's the neighborhood where Dr. Barber and I live in New Monterey. That street is just kaput and needs to be completely resurfaced as well. So we want to spend the money, but Andrea will talk a little bit about the challenges, and you may mention already quite a number of those things. If you have, and I apologize, Andrea, if you have 6 vacant engineering positions and you cannot fill them, that's a problem.
I think about, and I can't remember the name of the bridge off the top of my head, but the first bridge when you're going down Cannery Row.
Yes.
Who say again?
Yes,
that's right. And so ever since I was representing the city on the Cannery Row Business Association organization, they were expressing concerns about that. And then, the project sat there for so long that the cost associated with it was greater than the amount that was allocated for it. So then we're spending, all of our resources on. So I think something needs to be done. I wonder if a potential solution is to say, hey, maybe we have a policy where we restrict the ones that require a greater burden of engineering expectations for now. And that way we can maybe fund other projects that don't require that heavy lift of the engineering requirements until we get that area figured out. But in the end, I think it'd be critically important for us to bring this back for discussion in regards to how we figure out this engineering nuts, because this is a conversation that we had yesterday around trying to move forward with the Lake El Estero project. I mean, there's a lot of things being held up because we don't have these positions filled. So anyways, I'm going on about that. But my last question is, there was this slide regarding IT infrastructure and how that has increased over time. And so I think it showed 5 or 6 years ago, we were allocating around 100,000 a year. And now we're over 1 million. That's a significant increase. And I think that's the right thing to do. I mean, IT infrastructure is critically important. Is there a certain point where that kind of somewhat levels out to the extent of we're not like increasing it dramatically like we've seen over the last several years?
So that slide was just about the software cost, the annual software cost. That slide was not about replacing servers. The dips that you see in IT sometimes is that you have to replace servers over a period of 1 or 2 years, and then they are good for another 3 to 4 years. So you see dips that Councilmember Garcia pointed out. That slide was just what we are paying right now to Microsoft, Taylor Industries, Amelia, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, but I wasn't seeing any dips in those. So I guess the question still,
software costs go up.
So we're expected to continue maybe looking at 2 million in another 5 years. Is that
Yeah,
what we're looking at?
one of the challenges we are working on right now, and again, Angie is absolutely on the ball with that, is that the prices in the cloud are becoming more and more expensive. And when you are in the cloud, they have you also in the cloud. And so we are trying to working with Angie, or Angie is working there and figuring out what our cost savings approach is there for data storage and accessing software as service. And so again, yes, the painful switch from Google to Microsoft was done because the Google cost exploded, and by switching to Microsoft 365, we saved annually $265,000. But the curve will still go up, and again, in the cloud, once you're in the cloud, they have you
Locked in. Okay, thank you for that. That's right. That's right. In the wrong business. Let's go ahead and go to public comment. So anybody in the chamber wish to speak on the budget? Yeah, you were called out several times. I mean,
Maybe you'll have good questions.
start with thanking the city manager.
I appreciate being here. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity. We've been talking about, and as you know, Councilmember Smith is on our board, Hans is on our board as an advisor. And we've been talking about coming out of the COVID situation much better than we went in. And we're at that point. We're coming out of it. There's still lingering impacts. There will be untold things that happen in the future. But I think sort of society has drawn a line in the sand and decided that we're now coming out of it. And we committed early on to come out of it better than we went in as an organization, how we do business, how we work with the community, how we embrace the community, and what we focus on. Our focus is economic vitality and quality of life. Tourism is about communities and the residents who are here. And the agreement that we've been working on with Hans, with Nat, with others on staff, we've been working on for months. Hans and I got together last year at this time and said, all right, we're going to get through this, but let's start talking about what the next year and the future looks like now. So we've had a series of meetings and focus, and what can we do? How can we drive greater value? Obviously, the conference center is a facility that represents significant potential for the community. And when we talked about how can we do better with that together, we came to what was presented tonight and what's been talked about before. So I'm very proud of what we're about to do, because I think we can really maximize the potential. Unfortunately, I feel bad because the team member that we're going to hire to focus on the conference center is not going to benefit from the butler service we have at the MCCVB mansion or the tea time, the afternoon tea, but sacrifices have to be made. Regarding some of the questions about, and really good questions about what the future looks like, is it a crystal ball that we need, or is it a magic 8-ball? That really is the situation. And I think the comments made about what the future looks like, we've looked at, we share numbers a lot. We're cautiously, all of us, optimistic about where we can go. Group visitors, we need to make the most of the conference center. Group visitors who come here, they spend 158% more than a leisure visitor. Now, we still want leisure visitors, and we'll still get those visitors, but they come here and they spend more. They usually stay longer and do more, and they don't bring their cars. That's a big focus for all of us. Leisure visitors have more options. Markets are opening up. So we're going to have to work harder, both with our drive markets and with our flying markets, which we're doing. And then international markets are starting to come back. Those folks spend 2 to 3 times what a domestic leisure visitor spends. So we have our work to do. We have our work cut out for us. And I'm just glad that we have come together in the way we have, in a way that we've never been before. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anybody else in the chamber who wishes to speak on this item? All right, let's take it online, please.
First, let's hear from Esther Malkin.
Wow, you guys probably put a lot of people to sleep with that. That was so long. But thanks for to the staff for doing that. I just have one quick question about this new position, this homelessness navigator. I'm wondering how that will complement MDOT and if there is some room for some sort of eviction prevention counseling to be attached to that. If somebody's on the verge of becoming homeless, is this person able to help them from becoming homeless? So other than that, I'm glad to see that the parks staffing is being brought back to an extent. They've done, they did a great job doing the outreach for our rec center over here. I just hope that people are going to be hired, because just because there are positions open, that doesn't mean that people are going to want them. Unfortunately, these positions aren't going to be high paying positions when you're talking about the lower types, not executive level. And you're going to be in the same boat that retail and hospitality are in, trying to get people to work for the city. And while, everybody seems to think that they have been raising the pay enough, unfortunately, what's happened is that the income gap has gotten so wide now, and housing has become so unaffordable here, that you just, even though businesses and everybody has doubled and, increased what the pay is, it was so far behind before that it's just not enough. So hopefully there will be people that will be interested in applying for these jobs, and that, now that we've gotten through all of this, bringing them back, I just worry that a lot of residents have this expectation that all of these services are going to be automatically, restored, especially at the sports center, because these positions are made available again. And I just think that they need to be realistic about the fact that there aren't that many people out there looking for these low paying jobs anymore. So in that sense, I'm not really optimistic about all of that being taken up to the capacity that a lot of people want. But anyway, other than that, I don't really have too much. I'm glad to see that there's some more support going to the police department. And we'll see how everything turns out. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Richard Rusello. Go ahead, please, Richard.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard Rusello, President of the Casanova Oak Mill Neighborhood Association. We formed our neighborhood about 1983. Our mantra was the city of Monterey was divided in half by Highway 1. We were the last neighborhood to annex to the city in 1950. And our mantra was stepchild of the city of Monterey. We have worked 40 years to change that persona. But hearing the continued restoration of the opening of the Park Center, don't know what that means. I don't have a date. I don't have any idea. I have no idea what the totals from the town hall were. They're not publicized, but it's about fairness and equity of city services across the community. Councilman Garcia mentioned that. I don't want to see him marginalized. I don't want to see us marginalized, but I can tell you we need that center. We have been closed for 3.5 years. We have had no bookmobile service for 3.5 years. And I could give you a whole page of things that needed to be fixed here that are not being fixed. we're starting to feel discrimination and a lack of community trust here. And I'm shocked that the only person to speak to this was Councilman Garcia for District 4. Doing NCIP, Parks and Recreation, had 12 priorities. Not one of those priorities was in District 4. I don't know what's going here, but what I did not like is the conversation that was going on population versus community centers without taking in consideration that Monterey is divided in half. We're divided by the freeway, and we do not have the services other neighborhoods do. And I asked you to address that. You have lots of additional new positions coming on, new ideas on projects the council wants. Those positions are included, but not restoring our service. That's very upsetting. My people are trying to express themselves in this neighborhood, but we're not being heard. We feel like we're being played, that the center is slated for permanent closure and all the assets are being taken down to Central Monterey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further comments on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council for deliberation.
Well, is it, this is not our final reading, so I think it would be good if there's some way when this comes back, if we could address some of the concerns that were raised by Councilman Gino and Mr. Richella. I don't know how we do that, but I think the concern is a legitimate one.
I think we are approving the budget.
This is the final one? Yeah.
I mean, we could if we wanted to, but I think
somehow I thought this was not our final one.
I think 3 hours into the discussion, I think it would be good to try to find a way of approving the budget. I'm not opposed to further that point now, because I was thinking about this. There's nothing wrong with us coming back and having a discussion around diving deeper there. But I would, as much as possible, try to see if we can get to approving the budget tonight and then look at where additional support might be needed.
Can we go round through and do maybe some comments from others first, and we might come to some agreements on this point.
Do you want to start us off, Councilmember Smith?
Yeah. I heard the city manager say tonight that he's committed to looking at equalizing our community centers. I didn't hear him say that he's looking at the possibility of jettisoning Casanova Oak Knoll. I think what I heard him say was he needs a little bit of time, which is he wants to look at opportunities and take a survey of all of the community centers programs and then come back to us when it's in the relatively short order. And maybe the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but he's going to come back to us and tell us what his plan is for the community centers, which includes the one that's been closed for 3.5 years. So I think tonight we should approve of the budget and then give our staff an opportunity. They've heard the callers, they're hearing us. And I would just say having the Casanova Oak Knoll reopen at the appropriate levels and the appropriate time in the very near future is a high priority for me. And I think the city managers heard that from all of us the last time we talked about that. So I think tonight is approve the budget and then give our staff a chance and then ask the staff to come back and report to us in the very near future what they see on marketing, number of programs. They may come back and say we want to eliminate a program at one neighborhood center and it should be at the Casanova Knoll. So I just think in all fairness, we need to give our operational side a chance to give us their plan. And then we can see how we're going to fund that.
Okay. Do you have any other comments that you want to make in regards to the budget overall at this point?
Well, the topic of the Casanova Oak Knoll was the main comments. The only other comments I would say is thank you for the improved presentation. Thank you for the data. I don't know what the caller was talking about because I was not bored at all. I love this stuff because the way I look at this budget is this is how we put our priorities. And if we don't look deep and do deep dives and ask the questions, we're not going to ask questions about every line item, but we all have our interest, all 5 of us. And we meet with the city manager once a week, every 2 weeks, and we ask questions all the time about operations and budget. So this is part of what the council role is. Tonight, it's the annual time to approve the budget, but much appreciated for all the work for staff, finance, and city manager's office to be able to give us this large picture cast over the next 12 months of, I forgot the total, 100, we're at 174 million. Was that what it was? Roughly?
It was like in
Well, but
190.
with the enterprise and all the other, so we'll call it 200 and change. It's a huge operation. We look forward to getting this detail, and we hear from our residents about the priorities. And to me, it seems like we have to take the approach to realize that we can't do it all in July 1, but we certainly can have a phased approach that gets us back where we are as a community, open for business and providing the appropriate service that our community desperately wants. So I'm satisfied with what I've heard tonight.
Perfect. Councilmember Weber?
Yes, I definitely ditto my colleague. I feel that this has been executed very well, and I appreciate all the time and effort that everyone has put into it, all the presenters, all the one person that came and to support Rafaela and all that you have done and all that the staff has done in HR, everything. And being able to bring this information to us, because this is vital. And we have to take time to do this, just like my colleague said. And so I have no problem supporting it. I understand and agree and stand with Councilman Garcia in making sure that everything's equitable going across the board, dealing with programming, so that we be looking at everything. So I think that conversation will continue to move forward, as you all have already talked about looking at programming, streamlining, looking at the needs, the costs, but making sure that all the programs and all across the city are opening back up as they are needed, because the community needs it. I mean, it's very obvious, but we're doing all of that even with the sports center and everything else. So I think it's important for us to understand that the equity piece is going to actually come forth in more conversations, but making sure that that comes sooner than later.
Okay. Councilman Garcia?
Thank you. So I'm just quickly going to echo comments from colleagues here in terms of the Casanova Park Center. So I feel comfortable supporting accepting the budget here, and but also hoping to get some information, more detailed information with more specific timeline that's in the near future in terms of the reopening and marketing and all the other items that Council Member Smith mentioned. So I really like that proposal. So I'll go ahead and support it like that. And I just wanted to also make another comment really quick about the reclassification about the communications manager position. I think this reclassification really falls in line with sorry, I lost my notes here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, with the city's value driver of being transparent and having an inclusive government. I think it's really important. It's something that we definitely should enhance. So I'm very happy about that. And that's the only other comment I have. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Hopper?
Sounds like we got a plan. So yeah, I'm ready to support it, and glad that we will be hearing some new information in the future on sort of equity in our centers. So with that understanding, I can support this.
And I would just add that I appreciate you, Councilmember Garcia, for raising the flag on the issue. I think we're generally all consistent in regards to that pathway moving forward, but I think you being in your role, even though you're not technically in a district seat, it's clear that you are taking a view and perspective of what it means to have representation in District 4. And so, you know, I appreciate you representing that viewpoint and perspective, because I think it'll allow us to bring a little bit more attention to the need for equity and making sure that we're providing services at appropriate levels dependent upon the community. And so, you know, if we're not seeing, what I mean by this is if we're not necessarily seeing a return of services and we're not seeing that demand, I don't think that necessarily means that, well, we shouldn't fund things at Kona. I think that requires us to say, well, what's going on here? And how can we provide services in a way that does allow an increase in services? So I agree with Councilmember Smith. I think we need to have this come back to us so that we can have a deeper look after a little bit of time has passed to see how things are going, just so that we can stay abreast on this. And again, I appreciate you keeping a focus on this. And then just in regards to the comment made about the slides, I think it can sting a little bit hearing that, because it is a lot, and we are political junkies. So I think we appreciate it in a way that maybe most don't. But I think it is important for us to maybe find a way of distilling this down a little bit, and we can talk about this maybe more offline, of just how do we make this a little bit easier for folks that aren't maybe tuning in all the time and fully aware of all of it. It was quite a long presentation, and not to say that it's not all important, but I think making sure that we can keep people's attention and highlighting the most important parts is a good thing for us to just kind of be aware of moving forward. I want to make a few more comments. Just in regards to the museums, I'm interested in seeing where that goes, and it'd be good to have a deeper conversation in regards to what that looks like. I have heard from several folks in the community expressing some concern about the lack of us bringing attention to that. And I think it's important that we bring that back expeditiously. I mean, there's so much history in Monterey that we're just leaving to the side, as it feels a little bit more like an afterthought. And I think it's even more so true when we talk about, you know, with Rob's efforts with, you know, bringing visitors here. It's like there's a whole layer that I feel like is deficient in regards to making sure that we're creating the full experience for visitors to then want to come back and maybe explore more. So it's really critical that we figure that piece out. And then I would also throw in our library. I want to be able to see us get back to pre-pandemic operation hours. I'm interested in hearing more from the library board, so probably a good idea for me to visit them. But even though we do see some or maybe most of our visitors in the library being non-Monterey residents, there's still Monterey residents visiting the library, and not being open 7 days a week, I think provides a little bit of concern, a little bit of an outlet for folks in our community to be able to be engaged with that. And even if they're not Monterey residents, maybe that increases the likelihood that they're going to come and shop in Monterey, maybe dine in Monterey, and bring in some sales tax. So just a thought there. I already made my point about the engineering positions. We just need to think about how we make those more competitive. One of the concerns that I have is from the general fund perspective, and there was the slide about the CIP, and I think it was something around 20 million. But the part that I think about is seeing the 2 million from the general fund, where we're giving, I can't remember the exact amount, but I think it was somewhere around 5.7, 5.8 million to NCIP. And then based off that whole conversation that we had earlier when I was asking questions, I want to make sure that we're finding a way of tackling more of our capital improvement projects. I think the 20 million is a great number, but I think we can do a better job in regards to the overall needs from our general funds perspective. one of the things that we talked about after the study session from the sports center discussion that I just wanted to put on record of hopefully we can find a way of circling back around on is creating something along the lines of a Friends of Monterey Sports Center. I think that can help bring additional revenue in. That was one of the ideas that came up during the pandemic about the different options. And so hopefully we can find a way of prioritizing that and getting that going, because I think that can really help us meet this delta. And if that's getting the, help supporting the food bar, I can't remember the name of it, or yeah, that the cafe or the kids zone, whatever that is, or additional programs, I think that would be a good idea. Two more thoughts. I think it's a good news story that we're strengthening our housing team. So I just want to appreciate staff for really bringing that focus in regards to I think the priority of the council. And then I'm excited about bringing back the biannual budget. So I really look forward to seeing where that conversation goes over the next year. I know there's going to be a lot of work in making that transition back to that space. But with that, I will entertain a motion from any of my colleagues.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any other comments? All those in favor? Hey, I'm paying attention. Sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Let's take Monterey 5.
Thank you.
Monterey 5, which is probably more like 15. 11. Wow. Okay, I'm proud of myself. All right, with that, we will transition to item number 16, which is our FY 2023-2024 Capital Improvement Program projects. And I'll pass this to Hans for staff presentation.
Yes, and it's my great pleasure to hand it over to our Public Works Director, Andrea Rennie, who will present for the first time as Public Works Director her core component of her work, which is the Capital Improvement Program for next fiscal year.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Williamson, council members, this is the exciting part, right? So everybody's super excited for a CIP. And so we'll go ahead and get started. And Hans said he's going to start the timer on me and I only have 3 minutes. So I'll get moving. Okay. So we've been showing you the CIP program for a few years now, and we're just going to call it CIP 1.0. So it's a project list. It's a brief discussion. What we try to do a little bit different in the agenda report this year is we want to show you also what is partially funded and what the unfunded projects are. So we're just going to call this CIP 1.1. My goal for next year is to do CIP 2.0. So what I would like to do is give you a project information sheet. So location, need, when do we start funding it, how much funding it has, the balance, any issues, so that every project has a history and you understand, and we're very transparent about what is happening with all the projects that we have. We also plan on having a master list. It might be a multi-year list. Some projects may stay unfunded for a little bit, but we know what our needs are at any given time. So I'm going to just take a quick look at some of the unfunded projects that we had. And these estimates are just very preliminary because since they weren't funded, we didn't get detailed estimates on them. So the ones that have the asterisks are all projects that were also submitted to the Neighborhood Community Improvement Program for funding. This list was created a few weeks ago, and on June 1st, they did have their voting night. And I'm going to go to page 2 here. And it looks like they're all going to be able to fund about 48 projects. And one of the projects in this list that might make it is the El Estero Park Center tot lot play equipment replacement. So it does look like that project is part of the funded projects for NCIP. Okay, so just a quick overview, and I know Rafaela already went through some of these. So we have 12 projects for general fund and $2 million, as Hans mentioned. We have 3 projects for Marina Fund, gas tax, road maintenance and rehab, and sewer fund. So I just want to point out that between gas tax and road maintenance, that's the money that we used to have to be able to maintain our roads. So you'll see how Measure S makes a huge difference. We have 2 projects in Tidelands, projects in parking, and we have Measure S and Measure X. And it's very exciting to look at this big number. And we do have a balance on Measure S, and I'll try to address Councilmember Haffa's and your questions on some of the CIP progress when it comes to Measure S. So in the beginning of Measure S, we try to address the low-hanging fruit. So it was those streets that were in pretty decent shape, and we wanted to bring the PCI higher, pavement condition index. And so what happened in the beginning of Measure S is we would spend money and our PCI would just shoot up. It was very exciting, right? So we're spending the money, we're doing all the roads, and our PCI is just going higher. Well, what we're finding is now the streets that have to be done are the streets that are very expensive. So Foam Street, the concrete streets, they're very expensive. And to give you an idea, we spent $3 million on Van Buren, reconstructing Van Buren, and we gain 1 point. So you're going to start seeing that we're going to spend a lot of money and have just a little gain. But those are streets we definitely have to address. Those are also the ADA intersection improvements, and we're doing a lot of curb ramp improvements. And we're also doing signalized intersection improvements, and those are also very expensive. In fact, Councilmember Smith just asked me about Soledad and Monterey. That's one of the ones that we also have planned. One of the things we have been doing is applying for grants. So we did get a Highway Safety Improvement Program grant for Casa Verde and Del Monte. We got $980,000. And every time we get a grant for an intersection, we save Measure S money. We just apply for a Regional Surface Transportation Program grant for Del Monte and Washington, our big intersection that we're looking at improving. I think those poles over in that location are from the 1970s, which is very young for a person, but very old for poles, right? So we're looking to supplement Measure S with grants. And we're trying to save Measure S. We're also going to apply for a resiliency grant so that we can rehab the tunnel and the pump station at El Estero. Again, saving those Measure S funds because we know the really expensive things are coming up. As far as staffing, I do want to just give you some good news. We do have a candidate that was successful from the outside. So we're going to have a new senior engineer that starts on July 1st. So very exciting. But we are still struggling with staff. That's going to put us probably about right at half. Caltrans, the county, they're all very competitive right now. We're finding that even consultants are struggling with getting more staff. And even though we have fantastic consultants here that help us a lot, we're also finding that they're having trouble recruiting and they're also short-staffed. As far as pavement, I know Mayor Williamson stopped by and we were just having a big pavement meeting. I'm sorry you couldn't stay. I know you would love to.
Yes.
But so we're looking at different things. We're looking at how to save costs with our pavement program. We're looking at how to be more sustainable. We are looking at doing different things and being trying to get rid of the backlog of the projects. I know with the storms, we also had some storm-related projects that we had to address. So we have the same desire to get these projects moving, but we are facing some staffing challenges. So I do have a CIP project list, but I think that would go over my 3 minutes. So if it is the council's pleasure, we can go over the CIP project list.
Only 8 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you have any more specific questions, in the general fund CIP list, we are funding a generator for the sports center and for the conference center. I know there was a comment this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the
Just
council?
one quick one. I get a call once a month about Van Buren. I know we've done part of it from Jackson Street to Scott Street. Is that on the list of something in 2024 to complete that street? Because it's pretty rough. There's some water intrusion. So just looking for an answer to give somebody.
Yes, so that was part of our field trip with our pavement expert. We were looking at the algae growth and interesting things over there.
Just starting to come up in the middle of the street.
Yeah. So we are looking at how to address those issues on Van Buren, and yes, Van Buren, that side of Van Buren is part of a project, upcoming
Thank
project.
you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Garcia.
Question about the award you mentioned. Is this thing on? Yes. For Casa Verde and Del Monte.
Yes, so the Casa Verde and Del Monte project is a project that is in design, and we expect to be in construction at the end of this year. So we did get, it's a combination of NCIP, Measure S, and IHCIP grant funding.
As a follow-up to that, how does that align or intersect with the idea of putting the bike lane on Casa Verde?
On Casa Verde from North Fremont to
The rec trail, I guess.
the rec trail. Yeah, we have very high parking demand on that street.
And we are limited on space. So it would be nice to look at options, but I think in our current mobility plan, what we have there is just a class 3 bike boulevard.
Okay. Maybe we can loop around that later. Anything else? Okay, questions? Okay, let's take out to the public. Public comment.
Don't have any questions.
Do you want to share who's on your team that's here?
Yes, I would
do that.
love to. This is the Tom Show.
Yes.
So we have Tom
Where have
Hardy,
you all been our entire
our
lives?
acting city engineer, and we have Tom Lewandowski, who's our public works administrative manager.
Thank you both for being here.
They both look sharp.
That's right. All right, so no public comment in the chamber. Let's take it online, please.
I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation or a motion. She's like that part.
Was that a motion?
Was that a
I'll second it. I think I heard.
motion by Councilmember Barber, seconded by Councilmember Hoffa? Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And congrats on the approval.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, number 17. Cannabis project description. Oh, wait, before I go there, I got the look. Let's do announcements from closed session that I skipped earlier, and I apologize for that.
Yes, so the item that was heard was a conference with labor negotiators. The agency negotiators are Brett Neal and Gina Russo. This was regarding the Monterey Executive Management Employees Association, MMEA, and on a unanimous roll call vote, the council gave confidential direction to their labor negotiators.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Number 17, cannabis project description, and Hans.
Yes, we'll keep this as short as we can, and who wanted to do this tonight? Was it Kim
I'll take
or-
this one.
It's late.
I think it was Ned. It was Ned. So in short, in short, we are bringing back exactly what you asked us to do, no deviations, and hopefully we have a very to the point staff presentation, and then you're hopefully satisfied to make a motion.
Okay.
We'll keep it very brief. Okay, so most recently on May 2nd, City Council decided to update the project description to allow one additional cannabis retail permit on North Fremont Street and up to 5 events at the Monterey County Fairgrounds. And Chrissy did an amazing job updating the draft regulatory ordinance, and also working with Kim, provided an updated project description. In summary, there would be, as part of this draft project description, allow 4 cannabis retail stores, 1 on downtown, except fronting Alvarado Street, 1 on Lighthouse Avenue Business District, 1 in the Cannery Row Business District, except fronting Cannery Row itself, and then North Fremont Street between Palo Verde Avenue and Airport Road, which is what council provided direction to staff on. And storefront retailers are also authorized to deliver cannabis. The second piece of the project description is to allow up to 5 temporary cannabis events at the fairgrounds. Both the California Roots Festival, Cali Roots, as well as the Rebels and Renegades events. Those are 2 existing events, would be pre-approved to have cannabis sales. 3 additional one-day events would also be permitted. We did talk with Kelly Violini, the executive director at Monterey County Fairgrounds, and she preferred that we authorize the 2 events that already exist, because she doesn't want to approve large events that they don't already have experience with. So both of these were California Roots and Rebels and Renegades. And we could also allow up to 3 additional one-day events. And our last conversation with Kelly is that she was very happy with that. The cannabis overlay zone is proposed for this purpose, and our community development department would issue essentially a zone clearance on a first come, first served basis. And the city would then notify any remaining applicants when a zone is no longer available until all 4 zones have at least one or have one storefront retail cannabis business permittee. And the last 2 pieces of the project description, no changes from the last time we presented this to all of you. Allow 1 non-storefront retail store of medicinal cannabis in any cannabis overlay zone location. Number 4, allow an unlimited number of cannabis testing labs in the city's IR district. And then 5 is to authorize cannabis distributors to deliver cannabis to retailers and testing labs in the city without a city regulatory permit. And then number 6, authorize out-of-city delivery businesses to deliver in the city with the cannabis business license tax certificate. And last piece here, as we look at the buffer zone, essentially there would be a 600-foot buffer zone measured from property line to property line of a school, daycare center, or youth center that is in existence at the time of submission of a completed initial application for a commercial cannabis permit. Again, no changes to this buffer zone piece based on council feedback last month. So staff recommendation is to approve the project description for cannabis businesses so that the Community Development Department can begin environmental review under CEQA. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Awesome. Great presentation. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Smith.
The second page, back 1 slide from the staff, 1 more. The last bullet point there, authorize out-of-city delivery businesses to deliver in the city with a cannabis business license tax certificate. So I understand that. The first one there is no city regulatory permit required for cannabis distributors to deliver cannabis to retailers and testing laboratories. So I'd like to know more why we would not want to have any regulatory or oversight of delivery that's going to retailers.
These are distributors that bring the product to the actual business itself before it gets sold to consumers. So the sourcing, if you're Troya Foods or CVS or a grocery store, you might work with a number of different retailers to bring in, or wholesalers, essentially distributors to bring in milk or other products for them to then sell to the consumer. The distributors aren't regulated typically at the city level. I know Chrissy can probably explain further, but the idea here is that distributors can bring the product to the retailers and labs without needing a permit, and that's typical for ordinances.
So the question is, if the city doesn't, who does regulate the delivery to the retailers?
Right. So the proposed project description does not contemplate having a brick and mortar distributor business located within the city. So the distributors will be located elsewhere. They'll be required to be licensed by the state, and they will also be required to get a business license tax certificate from the city and proof of their state licensure at the same time. But we're not making them additionally go through background checks and that type of thing because there's no physical establishment here, and they're just traveling from wherever they're located to deliver the cannabis to testing laboratories or to retailers.
But what would they be required for from the city?
Business license.
From our
Business-
city?
From our city.
Right. So it's a cannabis business license tax certificate clearance
Okay.
and proof of their state licensure.
Okay. And that would be outlined in the city ordinance.
Yes.
It's the only question I have.
Okay, Councilmember Barber.
So 2 things. The first one is the unlimited number of cannabis testing laboratories. I'm not sure, and I may have missed it last time. Why is it unlimited as opposed to 4, like equivalent to the number of storefronts?
So historically, cannabis testing laboratories have been one of the only uses allowed in the city of Monterey. It's an allowed use right now, and it's currently, there's no cap on the number. So the current draft project description before you now is really just maintaining the status quo. But that could be a subject of discussion. I think they're relatively low risk. A lot of it is really science. And, this is this was discussed before you were on the council, unfortunately, but anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your answer and thank you for that. But I just feel like unlimited, that's just, to me, that bothers me as opposed to having a little bit more structure to it, like the storefronts and everything else. I feel like it needs to have a number. That's my concern there. But the other thing is, I know we had talked about the events and a possible what number, how many, but I wasn't sure if we had already said that it would be 5 for sure. So I'm just curious, is that the number we're going with, or was this, I thought we were still supposed to be discussing it further?
I would just offer, I think that's a policy discussion. I'm not sure if there's a specific need for staff to add anything. I think it's just for the council to discuss.
It's up to the council, and you have a policy option to modify that, and that would allow us to finalize the project description this evening.
Thank you, that's all.
Anything on the right here? Councilmember Garcia?
I have a question. If someone from staff could clarify a little bit for me, the process when a potential owner of a retail location is looking to set up a location. What's the permitting process in terms of getting details about the actual location? And maybe I should back up a little bit more. Really what the question that I'm trying to get at is, how does one more precisely plan for their business without knowing the layout of the actual location that they would be getting a permit for?
So the way the draft project description is built right now, it's a part of what we read to be a social equity program. So for example, if we required an establishment to be signed under lease and know exactly where it was at the time that the application periods open up, that might prohibit someone who is not as wealthy or not as keyed in with landlords and make them have a disadvantage to others that are maybe right now that they know that this ordinance is coming, trying to maneuver that. So the way it's drafted, we've designated areas, which we're calling a cannabis overlay zone, one in each of the 4 districts, where it'll be mapped out where cannabis businesses are allowed to go. And the top, we'll just talk retailer for the moment. The top retail candidates, the top 4 retail candidates will have first that are selected. So it's like, you're approved, you pass the background check. We like your security plan. We like your business proposal. They pass all of those hoops. Then the last thing is to get a zone clearance from the community development department. And so that will be first come, first serve. So whoever gets to open up shop in Cannery Row District gets their zone clearance from there. Then the city will notify the remaining 3 retailers that, okay, that zone is no longer available, but you can open up a business in the other areas. So that part is sort of a first come, first serve basis. And these are all policy decisions that the council can decide to do it differently.
Well, maybe there's something to explore there, because I mean, as a concept, I think there's value there. But in terms of like developing the business proposal, for example, right? How can I plan for my business if I don't know if the square footage of the location is 500 feet versus 3,000 feet, for example, right? Because that'll have an impact on whether or not the business pencils out at all.
If I could add an additional element to that, I think how much administrative burden does it create on us? So if somebody were to apply and say they were number 2 and they were planning on going in Cannery Row, but that was taken, then how does that work for us to then find go back to the process or, of finding that fourth person to get in line?
Yeah, so there is, the top candidates will be selected and there'll be a wait list for those that are not the top four. So the top four each get one slot in each zone. Which zone they end up in is first come, first serve. If they don't open up and start operating within a certain period of time that's designated in the ordinance, then we consider that as abandoned and we go to the next qualified candidate on the list, and then they get that opportunity.
Okay. Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, let's open it up for public comments. Hello there.
Hello, thank you guys. Long evening. I'll be 3 minutes short. So good evening, members of the city council. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I've been a proud resident of this beautiful city for over 15 years. I want to express my gratitude to the council for your efforts in bringing adult use cannabis to Monterey. This opportunity can generate crucial revenue, provide employment, and foster entrepreneurship opportunities for our residents. However, I have concerns about the recent staff recommendations regarding the application process for retail cannabis. It was proposed to eliminate property and location considerations until after applicants have been selected. As a local realtor and future applicant for a cannabis retail license, I find this approach problematic. Residents have a unique advantage in identifying and securing the best locations for cannabis retail within our city. We know our community. This gives us an edge and helps us provide value in potential partnerships with incoming companies. Excluding residents from this process limits our ability to negotiate with potential cannabis partners. Property owners as well should be involved from the beginning to benefit from adult use cannabis. The current approach requires approved retailers to apply for a zone after being awarded a license, then finding and acquiring a property in that zone without prior negotiations. This adds unnecessary time, delaying the process several months, 2 to 3. And after securing the property, we must then comply with the regulations, which also takes time and doesn't allow us to build our security plans appropriately. Location is crucial for the success in the cannabis retail space, and city council should consider it during the application process. Without this review, there's a risk that an approved applicant may choose a less optimal location, affecting sales and city revenue. This approach creates a bottleneck, further delaying the revenue for the city. I urge you to reconsider and make location a part of the application process. This ensures our city benefits from the full potential of this new industry while allowing residents to participate in its growth. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber that's filled with our staff? All right, let's take it online, please.
So we have Esther Malkin coming up first.
Hello again. So before I get to the cannabis comment, I just wanted to clarify. My comment earlier was not that the staff presentation was boring, it was long. So as you can see, not too many people have tuned in or stayed on. But anyway, I just want to clarify that. And unfortunately, I assume that they're all gone from there. So if somebody could relay that to them, because I don't want them to think that I thought that their work wasn't important. So I just wanted to relay a story to you that I actually have never been in a cannabis retail store. And I recently have been having some knee pain, and I considered doing it for a while. And coincidentally today, I drove by a couple of the ones that are close by to where I am which basically is Delray Oaks and Seaside. And I drove by 4 of them, and there was 0 traffic in 3 of them. I just peeked in, I looked at the cars in the parking lot, there weren't many. There was one that I went to that had cars coming and going. They had their doors open and I could look inside, and there were a number of people inside. I went inside, and while I was there, because I was going through an educational process, I spent quite a bit of time talking to the salesperson, and other people that were there chimed in on some of the conversation. So that community is obviously quite small and very tight knit, and that's between the consumers as well as the retailers. And all of the people in there told me they were in that store because it was the least expensive out of all the others that were nearby. So there's word that gets around really fast, apparently, that brought people there. I literally saw zero traffic in the other ones that were there, and there were still more that I didn't get to. So I just want to share that with you because there were people there from Monterey, only one or two, the rest were from Seaside. But I think it's very, it's something that has to be considered, not just location. I think price point's going to be important. So if you're going to be only, really targeting tourists, you can get away with the higher end, but the locals are not going to be going to the ones that aren't affordable. So saturating the city with too many of them is not, it's not going to be beneficial. And I will say that while I was waiting in line to pay for the one sample I bought, every single person talked about wishing that there was a cannabis cafe or lounge available. And the salesperson told me that all of the people that own those retailers have wanted to do it and nobody has stepped up, and it would be beneficial. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Joey Espinoza.
Good evening. My name is Joey Espinosa. I'm a co-founder of Monterey County Normal, and I've been working in the cannabis industry for 13 years. When California's first major policy shift occurred in 2015, 2016, I was among those who attended public meetings in the city. So I'm excited to be back in the mix now that the city is ready to go forward with cannabis regulations. I've looked over the staff report and the proposed ordinance. I'd like to share some questions and comments with the city council for your consideration. Number one is the proposed location. Typically, the location is one of the few objective measures used for scoring applicants. That being said, I do respect the intention of equity, and I feel it will result in a large number of candidates, which will be beneficial for the city. But there are other methods that can be used to implement social equity. This piece of the ordinance is going to be a big component for your policy decision. So definitely take some time to think about it. Number two, the general ranking criteria that's listed in the ordinance. I'm curious how this general ranking criteria was determined. I may have missed this from earlier meetings, so apologies if this is repetitive. At what point will we know what more than the general ranking criteria will be considered? Three, the cannabis events. If two are automatically approved due to the fairgrounds preference, was there any possibility of allowing other events to do more than one day, or did the fairgrounds specifically want only 1 day allowances? For the surveillance records, 1 year of surveillance records is extreme. That's 4 times longer than the state law and will require a vast amount of storage space and ultimately more electricity, which appears to contradict one of the general ranking criteria's objective of lowering your carbon footprint. I'd suggest keeping that to the state minimum of 90 days. Number 5, free samples. State law allows you to give employees free samples, which are important to the business as your employees need to understand what they're selling. The draft ordinance seems to prohibit this unless I'm misunderstanding the language. I'm hoping staff can clarify. Lastly, the distributors. Does the tax certificate mean that they would owe a tax? Distributors who sell to retailers should not be taxed. Taxing distributors who sell to city merchants has an unusual effect on the supply chain. The increased tax will eventually be passed on to consumers. So I want to clarify that the tax certificate does not indicate an additional tax on distributors. If they're not taxed, then what is the purpose of the certificate for them? Retailers are already limited to working with licensed distributors only who are connected to the state track and trace software. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this all shapes up.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Violini.
Hey, am I good?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So this is Kelly Violini, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the North Fremont Business District first. And thank you all for considering North Fremont within, the Palo Verde and Airport Road for a dispensary location. And then I also wanted to say thank you to city staff for all the work they've done on the temporary cannabis events and, reserving 2 of the 5 permits for our existing events and then the remaining 3 permits. So just hopefully we can continue to move forward, and thank you.
All right, thank you. And next is Dan Sheehan. Go ahead, please.
All right, how we, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys. It's a little past my bedtime, but that's okay. This has been a very very insightful meeting, and I too really enjoyed the budget portion of this city council meeting. So thank you guys for doing that. I am the co-owner of California Roots and Rebels and Renegades under our company Good Vibes Presents, which presents 6 festivals this year throughout the West Coast. And so we're very familiar with obviously doing festivals, and we work with cannabis and some other markets that we do. And so I feel this conversation has been something we've been talking about for the last 5 years. So I'm very thankful that we're getting closer to potentially introducing cannabis events and cannabis events at our existing events with California Roots and Rebels and Renegades. And as some of you know, California Roots has run financial impact reports, and which is, it's proven that we bring in a lot of revenue to the city and to the county. And I feel strongly that with the introduction of a cannabis event, whether it's a standalone or with our existing events, that we can increase that revenue coming into the city and into the county. So so thank you guys very much for helping us move this forward and taking the time to really put some research into it. So thank you guys.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised at this time.
Okay. Maybe we can have staff answer some of the questions that came up during the public comments. I took some notes, but my notes aren't really good.
Huh?
So I think
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I can start first with the permits are not predetermined to go or not pre-approved for Cali Roots or Renegades and Rebels. Those 2 slots are reserved for them, but they're still going to have to go through the application process and be approved. So they're not automatic pre-approval. They're just, those are 2 of the 5 slots reserved for them. It's a policy decision if you want to have more events, less events, or the number of days of those events. State law prohibits the number of days of each cannabis event up to 4 days maximum. The way we've drafted it, it just is limited to 1 day. And also just to comment that the ordinance is maybe 95% where it needs to be. So the main purposes of this discussion is to approve the project description so that the Community Development Department can start environmental review. So the primary factors for that are location, types, number. The number of events is important to know because that might or might not affect the environmental analysis with traffic impacts and things of that nature. So there are some things that might need to be adjusted or changed in this. We're not approving an ordinance tonight. It's just the project description. So again, there's concerns about location, and it's a policy choice. We do have large swaths of the city, areas of the city that are available for these businesses to locate. In earlier discussions from the city council, there was a desire to have some type of social equity built into the process, and taking that desire into account and looking at other social equity programs, this seemed to be one that was appropriate for our city. But it certainly is a matter of policy. It puts the playing field at a even level for all applicants to obtain a lease, as opposed to others that may have better negotiating power or better connections to have a building already in place before the application period opens up. So the location is a part of the application process. Your permit will not be issued to a candidate until a location is secured and it goes through the city manager's office for final approval. So sort of a two-step process. You go through the first ranking criteria, you're a top scorer, then you find your location, you get a zone clearance, and then you get your city cannabis permit. Free samples to employees, I'll check on that, but that's not really pertinent to an environmental analysis, but I made a note of that. I'll look into that. And
State minimum of 90 days.
for surveillance records, again, it's a policy decision. I know this ordinance was drafted with input from several departments, including the police department, and so they may have some thoughts on that. But again, records retention isn't going to affect environmental review. If you would like, when we come back for a first reading, that we hone in on some of these areas, we're certainly happy to do that.
And then there was the comment or the question, I guess, about taxing distributors, which I don't know if that has an impact on the environmental review either.
It does not. I can pull up our city code. I believe it does. I believe our tax ordinance does include distributors. But I need to pull it back up.
I think those were the ones that I heard.
And there is, if you remember, there are different rates depending on the type of business for the tax that's charged. And there is maybe some flexibility that we built into the ordinance for those rates to be adjusted. So.
Okay.
Okay.
And beyond the ordinance, I would be remiss if we didn't share why the recommendation is not to have more than out of the total of 5 events, 1-day events, and that's because of police resources. Right now, when we look at the Cali Roots events as one example, it's a 4-day event that requires at least 11 officers per day. So that's 40 officer positions forced to work a 4-day event. That's 400 hours of overtime. And so with each event, that adds an additional burden that taxes our existing police personnel. During the summer months, there may be only 15 officers or sergeants to use to cover some of the events because of vacations. We have FMLA injuries, military leave, and others. The events right now that officers work anywhere between 6 to 11 officers assigned per day for events, 1-day events or events up to 4 days include Cali Roots, Blues Festival, Independence Day, Beer Fest, the Portuguese Parade, the Pride Parade, Car Week, Monterey Fairground, the Monterey Fair, the Jazz Festival, Rebels and Renegades Half Marathon and First Night. So the addition of more events, it will be a taxing and will have an impact on our police department.
So can I just clarify on that? No. So we're already using 11 officers for that event.
Correct.
So what is the difference in allowing cannabis to be sold? Is it more officers being utilized?
It may or may not, but it's the additional events beyond that, which is why the thought is we might be able to staff with the existing 11 plus at Cali Roots, depending on, and we don't have details yet on how much of the event would actually have cannabis. When we've been talking with Kelly, it might just be the King City room or one of the facilities where cannabis is sold. So depending on the security plan and the details, there may be more officers assigned if there are resources needed. If it's a more controlled environment, we may be able to utilize existing police resources. So there's some variables that come into play for both that event as well as Rebels and Renegades. It's the additional unknowns with events that haven't been approved, that Kelly has no experience with, the Fairgrounds has no experience with, that brings us to recommend no more than 1-day events at a time for those additional events.
Okay,
If council would like to look at beyond the 2. Kelly's request was only for the 2 events, just to clarify as well.
And so just one last clarifying question. So the 2 that are somewhat pre-approved to fill those 2 of the 5 slots is it only being approved for 1 day of their events?
It would be the 4-day event. So
okay.
4-day event for Cali Roots and Rebels and Renegades is a 3-day event.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Where are we in the process? Oh, we're back to the council for deliberation. It's getting late.
I wanted to address Councilwoman Barber's concern about the number of testing. And I think the reason we limited the number of dispensaries was because our consultants said having more would create kind of cross competition. And so from a financial perspective, their recommendation was 3 dispensaries, but it wasn't, I mean, that was the main reason. That's why that's limited. When you look at testing centers, they could be testing product that is going to be sold or distributed all over the country potentially, or all over the state. So there's manufacturers in Salinas that are creating product that needs to be tested. It's not the same thing, I guess. It's not quite the same thing because, yeah, I mean, the main thing about limiting the dispensaries was to try to not create too much oversaturation. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, so I appreciate the response. That makes sense. And I didn't have the concern about the limitation on the dispensary. I had the concern about not having the limitation on the laboratories. And I understand that they're testing from all over the place, not just from here. But I still feel like unlimited, that could be saturated after a while. So I just feel like there needs to be a structured number there.
If I may just add, there are 27 testing laboratories in the state of California right now. So all I'm saying is there is not, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think we will have, if we don't even have one right now, even we permitted one, that business never took off. So again, I hear what you're saying, but I shouldn't say it that it will never happen, but I don't think we will have ever one testing facility here, let alone 2. But so that's why I wanted to put in perspective the unlimited thing. If currently in the state we have 27, and what Councilmember Haffer explained, what I also remember from the presentation of the folks who wanted a testing facility here, they are testing not just cannabis, they are testing also other agricultural seeds and products. So cannabis is part of their business, but it's not just cannabis. And again, of those, I think cannabis certified facilities are 27. I just Googled it. I don't know that stuff.
So it seems like our decision point really, the big thing would be the events and whether or not we leave it at up to 5 or whether we limit it to 2. And I'm comfortable either way. So I don't know how other folks feel about that.
Mayor, let me chime in. The special events I'm very familiar with and very concerned that these 2 that are being recommended by the fair director are very large events, huge. And if they're up to 4 days and there's 2 separate days, they already are at a premium max of our resources for the police department. Now, certainly they pay for that over time, but it's difficult with competing time and the number of officers that we have in a small city. It means that those 2 events alone, if they choose to have both of those events involving some form of marijuana, by state law, the marijuana can't mix at the same location as alcohol and tobacco. So there has to be some system of segregation. They're already impacted. The police department's already impacted even without marijuana. I would suspect that it will be impacted even more with the use of marijuana. And to go down the path with 3 unknown events in unknown timeframes that the fair director is not even recommending additional. She's recommending 2 at this time. I think some members of this council made comments last time on the discussion of outside events that maybe we should figure out how it works first, figure out how to walk in the special events arena first, and then determine if we want to go beyond just a few. I don't support the proposal and I don't support the business, but I want to chime in that we should be mindful of what our staff is recommending, what the fairgrounds director is recommending. The police chief has probably talked to the city manager in terms of resources. So I wouldn't say that we should overly impact our security that's going to take the brunt of this workload. I would suggest that you start with the two and see how it goes, and measure it, and require them to do their security plan, require that they prove that they can do it safely, and then give our department an opportunity to work with something that's totally new, high impact, a lot of time worked, and may overtax the resources we have in our police department now. So I think doing those extra 3 and leaving them out there as potential applicants, I don't think we should go there. I think we should wait on that.
So real quick, we're 2 minutes past 11, and I just want to make a quick motion to extend the council meeting for another 20 minutes. Just to give us a little bit more time to wrap everything up. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
All right, public comment? In the chamber, online? That's the line of the night right there.
There are no comments online.
All right. All in favor? Thank you. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Kim asked, who else? Councilman Garcia?
Yeah, I think I would feel pretty comfortable with 2 events. I mean, I think it's a good starting point, and then we'll fill it out.
Okay, so is there a motion that somebody wants to make?
I will make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation, but change the number of events from 5 to 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Real quick, do we have to, in regards to the discussion that was had around how we handle the equity piece, does that need to be figured out tonight? In regards to the environmental analysis?
For the environmental analysis, the important piece is the areas set aside for the dispensaries, the retail stores. And so there's those 4 areas set forth. Those will be in the zoning code. I guess when the ordinance comes back, it could be changed, and I don't think that part would affect the environmental.
And also just in addition to the motion, if you limited it to the SEQA analysis will be a lot easier because you have known numbers of traffic impacts, whereas if you go to 5, you have to do a little bit more of number crunching to anticipate 3 other events with their impacts.
Time is short tonight, and I know that we're ready to go here. I just feel like it might be helpful for us to bring this conversation back if council thinks it's important enough to consider the conversations that were received during public comment. And I don't know if it's helpful that next time this comes back to us to look at what maybe 1 or 2 other options as far as being inclusive of an equity element in our policy as an alternative if we wanted to look at that. So that might be something that we want to. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate the social equity element in the application process and staff's attempt to address it. Will we be able to address it later in terms of use of revenues? So again, in my mind, I would like to see us dedicate a certain percentage of the revenues towards what I would see as social equity outcomes like affordable housing, rental assistance, something like that. Would that be appropriate at another time? That doesn't need to be part of the CEQA, does it?
It doesn't need to be part of the CEQA, and the cannabis tax that passed is a general tax. And so it would be within your power and your discretion to allocate that as you see fit. And so it could certainly be, you could say, how much revenue did we get from this tax? We're going to budget it in a certain category. And one last piece I think I forgot to mention is that with the social equity piece on the locations. This is the process that's been used apparently successfully by West Hollywood. So this was patterned largely after that example. Other social equity programs maybe aren't as applicable here, where you're giving more of a dispensation to people convicted or charged with crimes, or disenfranchised in parts of our city. It's a lot of those other ones didn't really seem to fit necessarily in our community, at least from a policy standpoint. Legally, we can do a lot of different things. I'm just trying to explain how we landed there.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Okay, well, let's conclude this for tonight and I'll call for the vote. So all those in favor?
Wait.
I apologize. Yes?
Discussion.
Yep, go.
After
right
we got the motion, I just want to say I'm not going to support it. I figure you probably all knew that, but I just still have this burning concern. My objections are not so much that those that want to use it can use it in the privacy of their own home. My objections have to do with the fact that we have the opportunity within an economic development and to consider what we want to do with our land use, and that's the authority that we have to act. We've heard a caller tonight even say that they went to several stores in Seaside and there was hardly anybody there. I have asked several city managers and council authority or council people or county people, I should say, to give me some feedback about how's it going for them in their cities or their counties. To a person, 100% have all said, don't count on as much revenue as you think. They've all been off. The sales are down. The competition is heavy. There's many stores that are struggling, and us getting into the business may take some away from Seaside or Carmel or the county. I don't know. I just don't think that we should do this just for money, as I've said before. I think that us being in the business of taking the money and inventing the program where it's worthy and divvying that money up, coming from the marijuana business, just feels wrong to me. And it does not bother me at all if someone has a medical issue and they want to use it, edibles, candy, oils, whatever that makes them feel better, fine, no objection. I just have a problem that we are getting in the business to promote something that has so many links to child mental illness, adult psychosis, and a variety of very difficult things that our society is struggling with, added to 21-year-olds not with a fully developed brain can use it, but alcohol and marijuana and mental illness and all the other things that we've seen, and I have especially seen in my career and with some personal friends with their family, marijuana is not something that I want to promote, nor do I think it's healthy for the city of Monterey. So I'll continue to object to anything that has to do with supporting it.
Okay. Any other comments? And I'll just thank you, Councilmember Smith, for your contributions this evening. Even though you're not supporting it, you help contribute towards the direction that we're going in. So I think we're moving in a direction where we're trying to consolidate views and just appreciate the dialogue on the council. So with that, call the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
All right, vote passes 4-1. Council comments.
I'll be quick. Today is June 6th, still barely. And today was the anniversary, the 79th anniversary of the invasion of 1944. Many of our veterans of that age, my father and mother, and many of you, your parents may have been of that generation. So I just want to recognize that significant date in our history. And I have a friend who's actually there today celebrating the anniversary and taking a European trip. So kudos to him for taking that time. So wanted to honor the memories and the sacrifices of all those soldiers that did their part. Also, the city manager and I have had a conversation about inviting TAMSI representative come over and get on the agenda and give us a presentation of the Castroville Boulevard 156 project that is now in a timeline, has made significant movements, significant funding, and looks like it will be moving into a actual project. They'll be going out to bid probably in May of 2024 with construction. Will probably take a year, but it's a significant movement to assist with safer 156 and certainly getting on and off of the peninsula. So we'll learn more from TAMSI when that presentation comes. And that's it.
Councilmember Weber? Councilman Garcia? Okay, all right, and I'll pass as well. City manager reports. Are you opening your book right now?
He's required to.
You don't got this on the top of the noggin. I don't know. You got 8 minutes.
Take as much as you want.
On June 12th, the mayor will start the world toughest rowing competition. It will be in front of between Wharf 1 and Wharf 2, and it will be the rowing from Monterey to Kauai. On June 17th, the city will be celebrating for the first time Juneteenth as a holiday. And we will also then open a Buffalo Soldier exhibit on the Lower Presidio that was put together by our museums art specialist.
Yeah, artifact specialist.
Specialist.
So that there will be a ceremony with that?
Say again?
Is there some kind of ceremony with that? Or is it just going to be put there?
There will be a ceremony with that. Yes, there's actually an opening planned for that. And again, the history of Buffalo Soldiers is just fascinating here on the Lower Presidio of Monterey. And then what started already, and the man with the hat has left, June 2nd to July 29th, our summer reading program at the library has started, will commence on July 29th. And I think these were 3 good points to close out the evening.
I appreciate that, Hans. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn.
Oh,
11:13. We're early.